If being alive is for the sake of being alive, pigs in the forest are also alive. If working is for the sake of working, the apes also work. So Hamka says, here I understand it is not enough for human to only have broad knowledge, but should be useful for the community.
Today, the opportunity is not only for men. Women also take part in determining the future. Educated women are the key, are the symbol of a new civilization. No other options. The universe has given a lot of hopes and opportunities for us to embrace and chase. Destined as the pearls of the East Priangan, Tasikmalaya City has abundant natural resources, cultural diversity, and potential human resources. From time to time, Tasikmalaya City has shown its various advancements, and Siliwangi University takes part in the spirit of the new civilization. Siliwangi University exists as the oasis of the new age.
More than half of the century of our country's independence enjoyed by the nation, from Sabang to Merauke, from the north to the south, is independent not is discovery or a gift, but said it's blessed of our heroes, but it doesn't mean the struggle hand. Today, in the hands of educated youth, the battle continues, and Siliwangi University is here, become the place of the best of educated students who are strong, superior, and fearless. Those are ready to embrace the development of time.
Since its establishment in 1978, in harmony with the ideals of the founders, Siliwangi University, as the biggest private university in the East Priangan, is committed to developing educated and versatile students to embrace the bright future of the nation. Then, until the signing of the decree of Siliwangi University status to be state university, President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono on 1 April 2019. That spirit never fades. Siliwangi University is committed to answering the global challenges. Located in the center of the city of Tasikmalaya, with its cool air, Siliwangi University has created a beautiful and friendly campus area that makes the study atmosphere conducive and enjoyable. Moreover, we are equipped with quality, friendly lecturers who are committed to friendly, fast, and efficient services. As a reputable state university with its achievements in East Priangan, Siliwangi University has become a place for teaching and learning for students who come from all over Indonesia. Currently, thousands of students obtaining scholarships from various institutions, government or private, are enjoying their studies with us that upholds the values of Pancasila and city. Siliwangi University has 7 faculties and 5 postgraduate programs. Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Health, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Islamic Religion, Postgraduate Program. 308 experienced and active lecturers are doing research in science, technology, technology, social and culture. Siliwangi University is ready to provide quality education in the field of science, technology, social and culture. Siliwangi University is ready and competitive education for global challenges, facilitating to become quality graduates for the nation. To support the competence and skills of the students, Siliwangi University provides adequate facilities like laboratories with modern and advanced equipment, sport, arts, and entrepreneurship on a lot of land around 30 hectares. Cool location in the middle of a green rural area. There is Siliwangi University Campus 2 expansion. To provide quality services, Siliwangi University provides several buses for the students and lecturers round trips. God the Almighty has a lot of secrets. In the silent universe, science is the key to unlocking the potential. Only with science, what was previously impossible can be possible.
Dear future, it is welcome to Siliwangi University.
All right. Warm morning greetings to all of the participants. The webinar will begin shortly. Kindly switch on your camera and get ready to follow today's session. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025 with the theme Revolutionizing Education by Bridging Creativity and Technology. Today is day 2, Saturday, 17th of May 2025. This webinar is organized by the English Education Department of Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, in collaboration with Digos College Philippines, Grand Plus College of Education Nigeria, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta Indonesia, University of Malakand Pakistan, Assiut University Egypt, Edgar Broad Academic Chair Belgium, and supported by Indonesian Education Share to Care volunteers. Ladies and gentlemen, back with me, Ningsi Julianti, and I'm incredibly happy to be back with you this morning as your mistress of ceremony for day 2 of this special event. Moreover, I would also like to extend our appreciation to all of the distinguished guests, keynote speakers, presenters, and participants who have returned to join us today. All right. Dear participants, before we go to the main agenda, we would like to have a photo session first. So please turn on your camera and show your sweetest smile. The committee, please help me to take some screenshot of the participants. Right, everyone, please show your beautiful and handsome faces to the camera. Okay. So smile. 1, 2, 3. Right? And the second slides, we don't know which slides you are in, so just keep smiling, everyone. Okay, second slide, smile. Yeah. Okay, and then next slide. 1, 2, 3. Yep, I believe that was the last one. So thank you so much for turning on your camera, everyone. Let's continue. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025 with the theme Revolutionizing Education by Bridging Creativity and Technology. Dear participants, let's start our main agenda. We have 3 amazing keynote speakers today. They are Dr. Rozanah Katrina Herda, M.Pd from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Mr. Arief Nugraha, M.Sc from Edgar Broad Academic Chair, Belgium, and Monteza, Ph.D. from Digos College, Philippines. And in addition, we will also have 5 group presenters who will present their digital storytelling projects. And without waiting any longer, let's go to our first agenda, the keynote speaker session of Dr. Rozanah Katrina Herda, M.Pd. from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It seems like she's already here. And this session will be led by the moderator, Ms. Raisa Az-Zahra. So to Ms. Raisa, you may take over the session.
Thank you, Ms. Ningsi. Is my voice clear?
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us today on our second day of this webinar. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Raisa Az-Zahra from Universitas Siliwangi, and I will be the moderator for the first keynote speaker presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the presentation, here are a few important guidelines. First, each keynote speaker will have 15 minutes for their presentation, followed by a 5-minute question and answer session. I will kindly remind you if time is running short, so please manage your time. Second, the Q&A will take place after the keynote speaker presentation. Third, you can raise your hand virtually to ask directly or submit your question in the chat box. I will call on those who wish to speak or read the questions. And fourth, please keep your microphones muted during the presentation. Thank you for your cooperation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to introduce our first keynote speaker for today, Dr. Rozanah Katrina Herda, M.Pd, from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Now, I would like to present the impressive CV of Dr. Rozanah Katrina Herda. Dr. Rozanah is a prominent figure in the field of English language education. You can reach Dr. Rozanah at her email, rozanah@mercubuana-jogja.ac.id. For the educational background, she earned her doctoral degree in English language education from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta in 2023. Her expertise include English language teaching, ELT, integrating language skills, technology enhanced learning. And currently, Dr. Rozanah is a lecturer at the Faculty of Languages, Arts, and Cultures at Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Beyond her teaching role, she focuses on innovative pedagogy, dynamic language acquisition, advancing pedagogical practices, adapting language education to diverse learning contexts. That's an impressive CV from Dr. Rozanah. Without any further ado, let's invite our first keynote speaker, Dr. Rozanah, to present her topic From Page to Pixel, Redefining Storytelling for Language Learning in the Digital Age. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Can you hear my voice, dear moderator? All right.
Yes, ma'am. It's a great honor to have you here.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all distinguished guests joining us worldwide. First of all, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rozanah Katrina Herda, and I am truly honored to have this opportunity to speak before such a diverse and diverse audience. I would like to send my warmest greetings and most profound respect to the rector of Universitas Siliwangi. I also sincerely thank the Dean of the Faculty of Education, Sciences, and Teacher Training, Universitas Siliwangi, and the organizing committee for this international webinar for their hard work bringing us together today. And it is a great privilege for me to be part of this meaningful event, and I hope what I will share today can contribute positively to our shared goals and understanding. Okay, will you please look at the chat box, everyone? Okay. Wait for a moment. Right, dear committee, this is my right or my correct email address. Okay, this one. Thank you. And now let me show you my screen. Okay. Moderator and all participants, can you see my screen sharing right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thanks. This is the title of my today's presentation, dealing with the topic about digital storytelling. So my title is From Page to Pixel, Redefining Storytelling for Language Learning in the Digital Age. Here is my outline. The first is nature of digital storytelling, and then digital storytelling in education, previous studies, students as digital storytellers, and then core elements and samples. Right, this is the nature of the basic concept of storytelling. It is a process where people personalize what they learned and construct their own meaning and knowledge from the stories they hear and tell, based on Bammer in 2005. And how about digital storytelling? Of course, we can highlight the word digital here. Digital storytelling, or as known as DST, is a narrative practice that utilizes digital tools for the creation of multimodal stories. Multimodal means we create, provide, and apply the various tools here, like audio, video, of course, the script too. It has become the modern incarnation of the traditional art of oral storytelling. And based on M.Ed et al., storytelling here, okay, especially the digital ones, almost anyone to use of the shelf hardware and software to weave personal stories with the help of still moving images, music, and sound, combined with the author's creativity and innovation. That is why we call it as multimodal stories. And how about the usage or application of digital storytelling in education? According to Euler in 2013, typically driven by academic goal, use low-end technology, and short quasi-moving. So in the classroom, I will say it, okay? So typically it will be applied or implemented in English language teaching classrooms or ELL classrooms. It allows students and educators as teachers, lecturers, okay, to create narratives that demonstrate learning, share experiences, or present information in engaging ways. And related to the evolution of storytelling or the rise of digital storytelling. So it starts from traditional storytelling, where stories were shared mainly through textbooks, lectures, and written assignments. And the digital revolution here, with the rise of the internet and digital technologies, so storytelling began to expand beyond the traditional media. Okay, something happened here, right? Sorry. Okay. The key benefits of digital storytelling in education. Oh, sorry, the previous ones first. So actually you may read it by yourself. I am trying to provide you information, information about the previous status dealt with digital storytelling. The first one from M.Ed tool. Okay, this is about pedagogical aspects of digital storytelling and the impact of digital storytelling on student learning. Okay, and the case study was conducted in one Australian school. And about the findings here, so the learning activities, okay, were more engaging than exciting, okay, and it was supported by learning environments. And the second one, Young Adult in 2020, under the title Digital Storytelling as an Interdisciplinary Project to Improve Students' English Speaking and Creative Thinking. So DST here, everybody, was conducted, okay, with the design of quasi experiment with a pretest and post-test design. And it was conducted to compare the participants' learning outcomes or results. And the results or the findings reveal the authentic and meaningful learning opportunities that DST has to offer for effectively fostering the students' development of becoming proficient English speakers and creative thinkers. I'm talking about 21st century learning era that, the activities of learning should focus on here creativity, okay, collaboration, critical thinking, and communication. And about the advantages or benefits of DST in education, the first one is enhanced learning experience or enhancing learning experience, and then developing communication skills, and then sharpening cultural awareness and diversity, and then boosting students' motivation, of course, collaboration, and last but not least, the critical thinking. And how about the role of students in digital storytelling? For sure, there will be digital storytellers. And for the role of the students, they are developing planning skills that are useful and transferable. So everybody, this is the flow chart of activities related to students' role and developing their stories or their narratives. And the first is storyboards, and then story maps, the scripts, story tables, media list, and finally media production. So everybody, you may look at or observe this visual or specific framework. And about the core or view core elements of digital storytelling, the first one is you must have story first. So story here can be the backbone. I wrote here, the narrative is the backbone. This is the soul of your digital storytelling. So the story can be fictional or non-fictional and followed by multimedia. I stated before, or as I stated earlier, that DSD is dealing with multimodal activities or multimodal learning. So the multimedia here is covering images, audio, video, and other interactive elements. And last but not least, with the term or the highlight of digital, so we have to provide technology and platforms. Social media's short, for instance, Canva, Storyboard.com, or Adobe Spark. Right? The examples of digital storytelling in education. Actually, this is six points of so many or hundreds of examples regarding digital storytelling application in English language teaching or in education generally. The first one, teachers instruct students to create digital narratives. The second one, interactive storytelling, and you may choose your own adventure here. Digital book reports like journaling, podcasting, storytelling through audio, digital poetry, and storytelling through graphic novels. So I want to remind you that storytelling here, it means in terms of digital storytelling, is not merely the narrative text comprising generic structures of orientation, complication, and resolution. Even we may combine or mix our journey, our personal experiences, like the spot one of the recount text, for example, to be our digital storytelling by combining story, multimedia, and of course the technology and platforms. And again, the example. Students can create their own short stories or personal narratives using multimedia tools like Adobe Spark, Canva, or Storyboard. These digital stories can include text, images for sure, audio narration, and background music. Okay, this will be motivating and engaging in your learning activities. And about the activity and outcome, I will start from the first point. A student writes the story and uses images or short video clips to illustrate scenes while adding a voiceover or narration. And about the outcome or learning outcome, this encourages students to think about the stories visually and learn how to express the ideas using multiple mediums. So the students actually may listen to the stories and then they will transform the result of listening to the practice, okay, for practicing digital storytelling based on their personal narratives and style. And Again, this is my sample, okay? I wrote it actually as the sample and storyboard. So there are some features in storyboard that the students or tasks can promote our understanding, creativity, and collaboration in writing our personal story. So first, when I click the first feature, write a book. So we can use storyboard's beautiful illustration here to write our own book. So book refers to our narrative, our story, this one. And then the second point, okay, I was developing my story, my imaginative one. And here, okay, as you can see here, the shortcut of my script. One morning, I woke up and opened my eyes quickly. There was a dazzling light that I could not resist, so I lowered my face. It was so blinding that I closed my eyes again. Actually, blah and blah and blah. Okay, so start typing, typing, and typing. And please be conscious or aware about your structure, the grammar's elements here. So basically, when you wanna try to, what is that? Share or deliver your personal narratives to your readers or audiences. So you have to remember that past events should be, yes, in line with the use of past tense here. And this one, okay, about the drafts. So after generating the scripts or the text in this dashboard, okay, so I choose the relevant cover, okay. Of course, it is relevant to the content or the comprising the whole sections of the story, okay, that I have developed. So I made the title or generated a title, My Grandpa in the Christmas. Okay, you may access it through storyboard.com, okay, as you can see on your monitor right now. And what's next? Okay. Therefore, a group of students work together to create a digital story, reviewing each other's writing, offering suggestions, and refining the project as a team. So, based on constructivism theories combined with pedagogy paradigm, the students can do group works or collaborations here. And the second vibe, this is not about the order or the step. This is just about a representation of some scenarios or vibes that can we develop to our classrooms. The students can watch a story while hearing it read aloud, which helps reinforce understanding vocabulary. Okay, understanding 10 vocabulary. And he or she or they might combine text, images, music, and voiceover in the short video to tell a personal narrative or fictional story. Actually, we can integrate the English skills, okay, comprising listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So we can teach or train our students to do our pronouns, each sentence, sentence by sentence, discourse by discourse here, in the well-structured manner. For example, I want to say, once upon a time, there lived a princess and blah, 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 for example. So we can use or adjust the tone like once upon a time with the different tone or our voice. And last but not least, after reading a short story or narrative text, students could create a digital storyboard to visually break down the plot or use a video to highlight the themes, okay, with or without the samples. And the impacts of digital storytelling on literacy. Okay, literacy is playing crucial role in language teaching. And the first one is enhances reading and comprehension skills. And number two, DST can develop writing and narrative skills. Furthermore, DST improves oral communication and presentation, strengthens vocabulary acquisition to mastery, promotes critical thinking and analysis, and makes literacy more fun and engaging. How about the conclusion? So, dear participants, as we move from page to pixel, as stated or written as my title, we are not just changing formats. So we here is you and I, okay, teachers and students. We are redefining how stories shape communication, creativity, connection in the language classrooms. And don't forget to integrate the core skills of 21st century learning: collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity. And additionally, digital tools allow us to create interactive and immersive experiences that make language learning more relevant and enjoyable. All right, this is your further reading on my simple references to generate or develop my PowerPoint slides. And thank you so much for your attention. I give back the time to the moderator, Ms. Raisa Azara. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rozanah, for your excellent presentation. Your discussion about the topic is both inspiring and also informative. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving into the second session, which is Q&A session. If you have any question, you can drop your question on the chat box, or you can ask directly. Seems there is no question yet. Therefore, I would like to deliver my question, ma'am. Can I? Okay. So my question is, you mentioned that digital storytelling enhances skills like creativity, critical thinking, and communication. So the question is, how can teachers assess these skills through students' digital storytelling? Thank you.
All right, thank you. The first question from Raisa Azara. Right, about assessment. Assessment plays crucial role in the process of learning, right? As the opening, running the course, and then the ending as the classroom routine. So the assessment here actually can be formative and summative. So formative assessment is ongoing assessment covering our activities as a teachers to takes to note of the student's progress, means like a simple observation or even the in-depth observation to our students' progress. And sometimes, Raisa, we can provide our students ample feedback as the targeted feedback, for example, digital storytelling for vocabulary comprehension or acquisition. So the targeted feedback and what is that? The formative one or the student's checklist must cover the report, the simple, of course, the complex report of our students' understanding. So Raisa, as a teacher, you may write down the student's progress. First one, okay, for example, a participant named Amalia Salsabila Soliha. Okay, this one, my student named Amalia. How about her progress and this vocabulary, the targeted vocabulary, for example, in the first meeting, the first week, and then you will keep it as your record. Compared to the first week, how about Amalia's performance regarding the vocabulary retention or acquisition on the second, third, even the last, the final week? Okay, so that is about the formative assessment. And about the, where is that? Summative one, okay, and summative assessment is highlighting numerical value, okay, ideally. So, Raisa Zara, you have to develop or generate the rubric, analytical or even holistic rubric, analytic and holistic rubric. So here you have to determine the elements of the aspects, okay? Elements and aspects of your targeted skills. For example, you have to assess student named Hanum Nurul, okay? So Hanum Nurul and friends in class 8, for example, in elementary school. I will assess them, or Raisa will assess them as the teacher to, and especially for their writing performances. So you have to include, okay, you have to include and the elements comprising grammar, structure, mechanics, okay, and then cohesion and coherence, okay, the cohesion and coherence. So you have to provide 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 means, okay, describe about the criteria. Students can develop blah, 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 blah. So you have to monitor student script. Okay, that's why when your students, okay, are trying to submit the final project, for example, for the video podcast, you have to know the transcripts, okay, the transcriptions. We can monitor the students' sensitivity and awareness of the grammar mastery. Okay. Am I answering your question, dear moderator?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for your answer. All right. Since we don't have any question, oh, okay, there are Mr. Arief. Okay, please, Miss Arief, you can turn on your Mr. Arief, you can turn on your microphone.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Hello, Ibu Rozanah. Thank you very much for your great presentation today. I have a question though, since our concern in digital era and digital storytelling might use, for the students to access digital storytelling, they will use the devices, right? And in your opinion, how can we as teachers eliminate or even decrease the digital distractions when we learn using digital storytelling? Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Hi, and nice to meet you, Mr. Arief Nugraha from EBAC. Okay, Belgium, right? Okay. So your question is how to eliminate the addiction of technology or what?
The distraction. So sometimes when you use the device, there are a lot of distraction, be it in social media or other application that the students might use instead of they're using the content of digital storytelling that we gave them.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for question. So the term is educate students about distraction and digital literacy first. That is about the foundation, the specific foundation here. So teach digital self-awareness means we have to help our students to recognize how often they check their phones, gadgets, or maybe another platform and why they do it, how it impacts their focus and productivity. And of course, to avoid the distraction or to face the distraction, we have to create a classroom agreement. Involve your students to negotiate. Yeah, involve them in setting rules around the platforms and social media used during class. And about the technology zones here, we know that sometimes technology, we can't depend on technology so much, right? Distraction, obstacles, etc. So here, the important point, the most important point here is not all students have equal access to devices, right? Internet or software needed. About the eligibility and then ability to construct everything in the platform. So the solution is sometimes, Mr. Arief Nugraha, we know the trend of differentiated learning or differentiated instruction. So yes, you have to use technology since digital storytelling or DST, yes, in line with the technology usage. But here we have to make sure or observe the student's obstacle first, not about diagnostic or pretest, no, not all about it, but you have to make sure that our students have their privilege and options. For example, Group A, okay, Group A will use Canva to develop their story. Group 2 will use Storyboard to use theirs. And about reading, for example, reading skills, we can search and explore so many platforms or websites, free websites from the internet. I am addicting to, okay, I am addicting to storynari.com. Number 2 is about storyberries.com. The two platforms are my favorite, Mr. Arief Nugraha, and I use them, okay, weekly, okay, to adjust or modify a material for my students in the second semester to know about. Yes, narrative is not only about fairy tale. Once upon a time, I am a Snow White and you are the prince, okay? Not about that, but there will be new insight that it can be fable, okay, myths, legend, etc. Okay, and about the distraction or the obstacles of the technology here. So yeah, we have to model healthy digital habits. Okay, the first, and yes, once again, model healthy digital habits. So be an example. You as a teacher or we as teachers avoid checking our mobile phone during lessons, for example, but we can free the environment or the time to make our students think that, okay, this is the time to stop operating gadgets and this is the time we have to, okay, free ourselves. We have freedom for the teachers to combine or to complete the digital storytelling. So yeah, okay, before I end this meeting, not meeting, but session to answer Mr. Arief. Okay, I ask your permission, but Raisa Zahra, to add some more point here. About DST, as I stated earlier, we have the story and then multimedia platforms. And last but not least is the crucial one, of course, the digital tools here. Okay, so that's about to avoid distraction. So we have to model ourselves, okay, as healthy digital habit in our learning community, establish clear guidelines and put the, negotiation process in our learning, okay, especially in combining and elaborating digital practice and educate students about distraction and digital literacy. So they will be well prepared about the distraction. Thank you, Mr. Arief.
Thank you so much, Ibu Rozanah.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Rozanah, for your answer and Mr. Arief for your question. But unfortunately, the time is limited, so we have to end this interesting discussion. And a heartfelt thank you, Dr. Rozanah, for such an enlightening discussion. It has been a pleasure to learn from you. At this time, we would like to deliver our great token appreciation to our first keynote speaker, Dr. Rozanah Katrina Herda, M.Pd. The committee, please. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Rozanah. And I'll give the time back to the MC, Ms. Ningsi. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the insightful presentation, Dr. Rozanah Katrina Herda, M.Pd. And also thank you, Ms. Raisa, as the moderator for guiding the wonderful presentation and the Q&A session. Dear honorable participants, we are now moving to the next agenda, group presentations. We will have two groups presenting in this session, and it will be guided by our moderator, Miss Gada Alridla. So, to Miss Gada, the Zoom floor is yours. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for Miss Gada.
Okay.
And to the group presentation, you may prepare. Yes.
Is my voice audible?
Yes, it's pretty much clear.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Ningsi. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope all of you here are in a good condition. And I would like to introduce myself. My name is Gada Alridla from English Education Department 2023, Universitas Siliwangi, and I will be the moderator for this session. We will now move to the group presentation session for the first two groups presentation today. So please stay tuned for this webinar. Before starting the presentation, I would like to inform you the rules of this session. First, each group presenter will have a maximum of 15 minutes for the presentation, followed by Q&A session. So please manage your time, and I will friendly remind you if the time is mostly over. Second, the Q&A session will be held after the presentations group. The presentation by group presenters 1 and 2 are done. Third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box or can directly deliver the question by raising hands virtually. And I, as the moderator, will read the question to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the questions directly. In addition, please state to which group the question is addressed. Fourth, every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentation. Thank you. All right, without any further ado, let's invite our first group presenter to present their topic. The title is Storytelling Through Animation, a modern approach to teaching children. We have 5 amazing speakers here. They are Devita Nur Fauzia, Naya Valiant Ivana, Aldi Teguh Fahrizal, Muhammad Ajiad, Muhammad Evan Tirelio Pradana. Hello, group presenter 1. You may have the Zoom floor is yours.
Okay, thank you to the moderator for inviting us to present. Okay, next, what is digital storytelling? Digital storytelling is a price of communication narrative with content. What is digital storytelling? Digital storytelling is the practice of communication narrative with digital content, including image, sound, and video to create a short movie, typically with a strong emotional component. And then, why is it important in education? Digital storytelling is important in education because it makes learning more engaging and interactive to the use of multimedia. It helps students develop critical thinking, creativity, communication, and digital literacy skill. And we analyze one of the fourth grade teacher in Tasikmalaya Islamic School. And for problems or challenges, students in primary school classes face challenges in English pronunciation, where they still lack fluency in pronouncing words correctly, often with difficulties in adjusting intonations, pronunciation of certain letters, less good listening skill, as well as contraction sentences fluency. There's requiring more practice and guidance from teacher in order to improve their speaking ability confidently and naturally.
Okay, for adjustment to make, several adjustments were identified after the video was complete. Although the opera structure and message were clear, we noticed that some vocabulary could have been simplified further for better comprehension by fourth grade students. Additionally, while the visuals were appropriate and well matched with the narration, certain vehicle image could be made more dynamic to maintain engagement, especially during longer explanation. Another minor adjustment would be timing and synchronization. In a few scenes, the narration slightly outpaced the appearance of the visuals. Smoother transition would help younger viewers follow along more easily. Next. Okay, for project description, overview. This project is about using animated digital stories to teach children in a fun and engaging way. Through simple animation, the project helps young learners improve their listening and speaking skills. And story description. The story follows Lala, a curious elementary student, on her way to school.
Sorry, Ajiad, your voice is mute. Can you unmute? Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, for story description, the story follows Lala, a curious elementary student, on her way to school with her father, Mr. Budi. During the trip, she encountered various vehicles and asked her father about each one. Through brief informative dialogue, Mr. Budi explained the names and function of different vehicles, such as cars, bus, truck, pedicabs, and ambulance. This journey turned into a fun, memorable learning experience for Lala. And for learning goals, the first, recognize and name different types of vehicles in English. The second, improve listening and pronunciation skills. And the third, understand the basic function of each vehicle. Thank you.
And for the tools we use is Adobe Premiere Pro. Adobe Premiere Pro is a professional video editing software developed by Adobe Incorporated, a company founded in 1982 in California, United States of America. Originally released as Adobe Premiere in 1991, it was rebranded as Premiere Pro in 2003 with more advanced features for professional use. This software is widely used in film, television, and digital content creation. In the field of education, Adobe Premiere Pro plays an important role in helping students develop skill in video editing, storytelling, and digital literacy. Students learn to express ideas creatively while improving their technical and communication ability. And why Adobe Premiere Pro could support our project? Adobe Premiere Pro support digital storytelling project because it offers powerful tools for combining video, audio, image, and text into compelling narrative. As in this picture, is the workspace in Adobe Premiere Pro when we work on digital storytelling videos. This tool can help combine image, video, audio, and text with many layers. But Adobe Premiere Pro has several shortcomings, namely the lack of flexibility in moving characters and also no special asset that provide characters. So we overcome this by creating a character sheet from Canva, such as creating Lala and her father's character with different mouth assets according to the vowels like A, E, O, so that when we work on it, we can adjust the character speech to his mouth. And another external website, this is pixabay.com to find another sound effect. And this is our character sheet we made from Canva. We made the character sheet separately using Canva by creating a character sheet with different eye and mouth assets following each vowel letter, like A, E, O. So the characters are easier to adjust following the dubbing. And also we separate the wheels from the car body so that later we can easily adjust them by rotating the wheels so that they looks like rotating and moving. And we create background by taking assets from Canva again and combining them into different layers such as building, house, road, etc. We animate the characters of Lala and her father using the character sheet that we made before, namely from the mouth that follow the vowels following the dubbing sounds, like A, E, O, as I mentioned before. And then for the vehicle, we separate the wheels and the body. Then we rotate the wheels so the vehicles looks like it's moving. When we turn on the keyframe on the rotation, and then we adjust the duration so the vehicles looks moving. We also use another external tools that is Pixabay to find another sound effect. We include some vehicle sounds such as bus, truck, bicycle, ambulance sounds in this story to make it easier to audience to recognize, especially children. Then we include dubbing and also subtitles so that children can more easily understand what is being said. And this is our digital storytelling product. Enjoy.
Journey to School, a vehicle adventure.
Hello, my name is Lala, and this is my father.
Let's go to school, Lala.
Dad, what kind of vehicles are on this road?
There are many types of vehicles on the road, like the car we are using now. This is a four-wheeled vehicle that can carry 2 to 5 people.
What about that one, Dad?
That is a bus, a four-wheeled vehicle designed to be larger and longer. So,
Journey to School, a vehicle adventure.
Hello, my name is Lala, and this is my father.
Let's go to school, Lala.
Dad, what kind of vehicles are on this road?
There are many types of vehicles on the road, like the car we are using now. This is a four-wheeled vehicle that can carry 2 to 5 people.
What about that one, Dad?
that is a bus, a four-wheeled vehicle designed to be larger and longer. So, it can carry more people. It is commonly used for traveling between cities.
Dad, what about those?
Sorry, if the connection is still not good, you can continue to the next session, to the next slide. Thank you.
Alright, for the result of the expert judgment showed that the digital storytelling media was rated highly across all aspects. And then we have the criteria of feedback were based on three main aspects. For the first one, material suitability, which included topic relevance, learning objective relevance, language appropriateness, learner engagement, cultural sensitivity, and active participation. And the second one is design suitability, which covered visual clarity, multimedia integration, smooth transitions, accessibility, and alignment students' interests. And the last one is playback experience, which focus on audiovisual clarity, smooth playback across devices, and overall IT accessibility. Next slide, please. And for the conclusion, our project Storytelling Through Animation, a modern approach to teaching learning, aims to enhance young learners' English skill, especially listening and speaking through engaging animated stories. The core objective was to make learning more enjoyable, visual, and reachable for children. The project successfully increased students' interest, improved vocabulary acquisitions, and boosted their confidence in understanding spoken English. However, the project also faced challenges such as limited time for animation production, technical difficulties, and the need to guide students in using digital tools effectively. Despite these obstacles, the project proved that animation can be a powerful and modern approach to teaching children in fun and meaning way.
And this is the last the suggestion. Our suggestion is to improve this project in the next iteration. It's recommend to include more in interactive elements such as relation question, quizzes, or pause and discussion moment to actively engage viewers. The focus on improvement should be on visual design and smoother multimedia and transition to make the viewing experience more impressive and engaging, adding interactive features or strengthening the narration can also be plus. And the first including interactive elements such as pause and answer prompts or embedded question can increase engagement and promote reflection during the video. The second is while music and sound effect are already used effectively, future version could add more environmental sound like traffic noise or school bells to create a stronger sense of realism. And the third, we recommend preparing supporting materials such as printable vocabulary cards, comprehension worksheets, or pictures matching games. This can be extend the learning experience beyond the screens and assist teachers in classroom use. And the fourth, adding on-screen keywords or simple subtitle would be support pronunciation, eye reading comprehension, and increase accessibility. And lastly, to broaden future appeal, consider featuring more diverse contexts such as rainy days, or the routes to school, or public transport option. So learn can relate to more real life scenarios. And yeah, that's all for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the first group presenter. I really enjoy watching your product showcase. It's really smooth. The subtitle also clear. I don't think I can make one. It must have been tough for all of you, but you guys have done well. I myself, as part of English Education Department 2023, I am proud and very creative. And for your information, we will do a Q&A session after the second group presenter has done their presentation so that you may prepare your questions from now on. And before we move on to the next presentation, I would like from group one presenter to send your video because we haven't done watching it to the chat box if you liked. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next presentation. Let's invite our second group presenter to present their topic. The title is Animate and Educate, School Vocabulary for 7th Graders with Adobe After Effects. We have 6 amazing speakers here. They are Muhammad Lutfan Rapi Hermawan, Raka Bima Triwardana, Rayshandi Valiansa, Kenzi Naraya Rabani, Medina Kalista Andia, and Sari Nur Hikmah. Hello, group presenter 2. Nice to meet you here. Now the time is yours. The Zoom floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, moderator. First, we would like to check our audio. Is it audible?
Yeah, it's audible, but there's somehow an audio that is double. Okay, it's clear.
Okay, great. Then let's begin. Next, please. All right, let's get to know what digital storytelling is and how it relates to our growth goals, which is our target audience is young learners and the target skill is teaching vocabulary. So what is digital storytelling? It is a method that combines spoken or written stories with multimedia elements like images, video, and sound. Then, is digital storytelling is important for vocabulary learning? Yes, because it provides context and visual that help students understand and retain new vocabulary more effectively. Last, how does it help learners improve vocabulary? It is by making students more excited to learn and helps them remember and use new words better by showing the words in real situations by using picture and sound. Next.
Okay, so the next one. Okay, so the next one is identification of the problem. So here we do some stuff. The first one is need analysis. We interviewed teachers from an Islamic boarding school. The teachers currently teach female-only 7th grader. And then due to the Islamic boarding school setting, some adjustment needed. After that, we list some problems or challenge. The first one is student had varying level of English proficiency, leading to different starting points. And then they were easily distracted during lessons. The last one is there was a limitation in vocabulary enrichment. And there are several adjustments to make for our project that requested by the teachers. The first one is use color that appeal more to female students. Then the teacher said that no need for customizable visual. The third one is include subtitles in the video. And the fourth one is music you find, but avoid romantic theme song for the background. Okay, we're gonna go to the next one, please.
All right. For the project description, here's our story overview. Our title is Aisha's School Adventure, The Lost Belonging. So this is an original digital storytelling that designed to help learners in 7th grade in an Islamic boarding school to improve their vocabulary and speaking skill related to classroom items. With the style that, or with the unique point that are engaging to the animation, Islamic moral value, easy to follow, and end up with a game. Next, please. As for the story description, Aisha, a responsible student, helps her classmate find lost item around school. Through simple conversation and problem solving, students learn classroom-related vocabulary in a natural context. Next. As for our learning goals, we adapted 4 levels from Bloom's taxonomy revised. There are 4 levels that we expected in our story. The first one is remember. Students are able to list, recognize, repeat, and pronounce classroom-related vocabulary correctly with their correct meaning and use in context. Second is understand. Students are able to match classroom-related vocabulary with their correct meanings and use in context. And then third is apply. Students are able to use classroom-related vocabulary in classroom, and the last one is analyze. Students are able to interpret and explain the moral values of the story. And for the next part will be explained by Lutfan.
Alright, so our mentor was Adam After Effects because this software is what they use in industry for creating visual effect and also motion graphic in films, TV, and also online content. And what made it really helpful for us was the wide variety of the features, from the basic keyframing to more advanced tools like puppet pins and also the character rig. So this feature made it easier for us to animate complex scenes. And now it's very important to mention that After Effects isn't exactly beginner friendly because it takes time to learn and it has minimum requirement, which is 16 gigs and can feel overwhelming at first. Thankfully, we got help from Mr. Arief and also Miss Buna Santiana. Thank you so much for your help, who gave us a private class to guide us through how to animate our project using this software. That really made a huge difference for us. And so to create our visual assets like character and background, we used Abyss PaintX. Next slide, please. Which is a drawing app available on mobile and also the tablet. So it's actually pretty powerful for a mobile app because the brush options are very varied and easy to use, and it gives us a high resolution output, which is great for animation. And it's especially helpful when we need to customize every little detail, though of course, being a mobile app is not as strong as desktop software like a Photoshop, and the free version has ads that can be a little bit distracting. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we also use OpenToon. So this is a free open source animation tool that's great for traditional 2D animation. It helps a lot, especially for editor with lower spec devices like me, since it doesn't demand or consume too much system power. And also it provides all the essential like frame-by-frame animation, effects in composition, but it's not easy to use as outdoor software because we need to adjust our skill to run it properly and has fewer built-in transitions. So overall, these three tools complemented each other, like After Effects handled the animation, Abyss PaintX took care of the designs, and also OpenToon helped make sure the editor could still contribute, even with limited devices. And that next will be explained by Rasha.
All right, thank you, Lutfan. Now we'll walk you through our product workflow. So from storyboarding all the way to dubbing and scoring, each of the team members was responsible for a different part of the project. So we divided the work based on our individual strengths and devices, and we'll briefly explain what the process means. Into the next slide, please. Now, no, wait. Okay. So for storyboarding, one of our team members was in charge of sketching each scene based on our script, and they used Abyss Paint and Google Documents to arrange frames and added captions to guide the animation process. And this helped us visualize how the story would flow before the production. Next. Moving on to the character design. The character design was handled by one member who focused on creating each character by joint, for example, head, torso, and then arms and legs so that they could be animated easily. And they used Abyss PaintX to make clean and layered assets for animations. Next slide, please. And then another team member created the backgrounds, and they used Abyss Paint to draw the key locations in layer, like the sky, the buildings, and the property. And then this made it easier to build depths and movement later in the animation. Next, please. And then the animation part was split based on our devices. One member used After Effects for smooth keyframes and animation, while another used OpenToons for frame-by-frame animation. We animated based on the storyboard, syncing character movements with the planned scenes. Next slide, please. And lastly, dubbing and scoring. This is handled by one member. And we started with voice tests and then finalized recordings when the animation was nearly complete. And they edited the audio, removed background noise, and added music and sound effects to enhance the overall mood. Next. Now let's move on to the product showcase.
One morning, Aisha was walking through the school corridor.
When Aisha saw her friend Safia looking confused near the lockers.
Assalamualaikum, Safia. What are you doing here?
Waalaikumsalam, Aisha. I'm looking for my pencil. I think I dropped it somewhere.
What kind of pencil is it?
It's yellow and it has an eraser on top of it.
Oh, yeah.
And it also has my name written on it.
Let me help you then. Safia, I found it. It's lying here under the wall magazine.
Thank you so much, Aisha, for helping me. Let's hurry to class before we are late.
Assalamualaikum, Hasan, Imran. What are you doing in front of the class?
Waalaikumsalam.
I'm looking for my pencil case, and Imran here is looking for his notebook.
What do they look like? Aisha and I can help you find them.
My pencil case is blue with white star pattern on it.
What is inside the pencil case?
It has an eraser, a pair of scissors, 2 pencils, a pen, 3 crayons, a highlighter, a ruler, and a pencil sharpener.
And my notebook has a purple striped white cover with note written on it.
Okay then, let's split up. Hasan and I will check the front of the class, then Safia and Imran can look at the back.
They then start a search. Not long after, Ustad Lutfi came to the class and saw the student looking for something.
Assalamualaikum. Looks like you guys are busy doing something.
Waalaikumsalam. We are helping Hasan and Imran to find their belongings, Ustad.
What did they lose, Aisha?
Hasan lost his pencil case, while Imran lost his notebook.
Let's help them before the class starts.
Imran, I found it here, under your own chair. Looks like you didn't check your own place first.
I thought I had placed it in my locker yesterday. Maybe I was just being careless.
I found my pencil case. But how did it end up there? On top of the cupboard? Suspicious.
It looks like you all have found what you were looking for. But remember to always keep track of your belongings next time. It's important to stay organized so you don't end up in a situation like this again.
After that, Ustad Lutfi told the student to sit on their desk and prepare to begin the class. Suddenly, the mysterious visitor appeared at the door. Remember, kids, always be responsible and careful with your belongings.
Who's that? Where?
Let's get settled, everyone. It's time for class. Remember, take care of your things, and if you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask each other.
With the mysterious visitor disappearing, the student reflected on the lesson about responsibility. Aisha, Safia, Hasan, and Imran learned that they need to be careful and responsible for their belongings. Other than that, they also learned that with teamwork, they can solve something faster.
وتعاونوا على البر والتقوى ولا تعاونوا على الإثم والعدوان واتقوا الله إن الله شديد العقاب.
Let's play a game. Let's test your memory. Here are some things Hasan might have in his pencil case. Look carefully. Pencil, eraser, ruler, sharpener, pen. Now, take a moment to memorize all of these things. Do you still remember what's there? That's right. The items available are eraser, pencil, sharpener, ruler, pen.
Great recall skills.
Round 2.
Now, let's see if you can guess the missing item. Look carefully at the school supplies. Pencil case, desk, notebook, scissors, bag. Now, one of them is missing. Can you guess which one? That's right. The missing item is the bag. These are great habits to practice every day. Well done, everyone!
All right, so next, for the expert's judgment, as part of our evaluation process, we provided our video prototype to a teacher and requested feedback to identify areas for improvement and assess the overall quality of the video. The teacher noted a few areas. First, on content quality, it scored 4.2 out of 5. That means the material was seen as relevant and appropriate for students. Second, on design, it received a 4.0. Reviewers praised the visual clarity, smooth transitions, and student-friendly layout. Third, playback experience, also 4.0. The video played smoothly across different devices with no major technical issues. Here's what the teacher said. The video plays smoothly without glitches, the visuals are engaging and the color choices are effective, audio quality is clear and the transitions are seamless. The overall design feels realistic and relatable for students, and they also give a helpful suggestion. Consider making the video a bit longer to deepen engagement and understanding. So overall, the feedback was very positive with a few small notes to make it even better. Next, for the conclusion, this project used a culturally adapted digital story made with Adobe After Effects to boost students' vocabulary and speaking skills. With Aisha as the main character, the content felt relatable. The tool earned high scores in content and design and supported vocabulary, critical thinking, and moral learning despite minor issues. Next. And last suggestions to enhance the tool, we suggest first, direct video integration, extend the video to over more examples and deeper learning. And second, supporting integration, pilot with students and provide teacher guides for classroom use. That wraps our presentation. We'll give it back to moderator.
Okay, thank you to the
Thank you.
second group presenter. That was very fascinating and fun project. Your learning goals, the Bloom's taxonomy are really good. You really have a good structure and flow. It's all detailed. There's also the game. I don't think I can make as good as you. It must have been tough, but all of you have done well. I myself, as part of English Education Department, I very proud and you guys are very creative. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our attention to the next session, which is the question and answer session. I will check the chat box if you have any questions. If you are interested in speaking directly, please turn on your microphone. And you can also tell which group that you sent your question to. Okay, so there's the question from Mr. Arief. What the important lesson you learned throughout your project, starting from the planning to today's presentation for both groups? Okay, so who wants to answer it first? I think it would be good if the first group, Devita and Ajiad one.
Maybe I try to answer the question from Mr. Arief.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the important lesson from this project is the importance of communication between our members, because our individuals have own ideology and have their own idea. So it's important to communicate each other, and we can have the solution one. So I think that's the most important lesson I've learned from this project. Especially, this project is not easy. So yeah, we need to working together.
Okay, thank you, Adi. Now moving on to the second group, you can answer the question from Mr. Arief.
Okay, so we'd like to answer for Mr. Arief questions about what is the important lesson that we learned throughout our project, starting from planning until today's presentation. So we realized that one of the most important lessons we learned throughout this project was communication, also time management. Because from the planning stage all the way to today's presentation, we really had to stay connected and make sure that everyone was on the same page, especially when we were dividing tasks and also dealing with technical challenges. And at the same time, managing our time also is very crucial because we had to balance this project with other assignments. And so setting clear deadlines and staying organized help us avoid like last minute stress. So if we didn't communicate or manage our time properly, we believe that we don't think we could have finished this project as smoothly as we did, alhamdulillah.
Okay, thank you, Lutfan, for the answer. Is that enough, Mr. Arief, for the answers?
Yes, thank you very much, Kada.
Okay, thank you. So the next question we have from Dr. Rozanah. She says that how important is speaking skill in dubbing and voiceover? Okay. You can answer it first back to the first group, I think. You can just
For speaking skill and voiceover, maybe the difficulty is when we match the characters, and maybe also as an actor voice, we have to get the pronunciation correctly.
Okay, thank you. The second group, you can answer and unmute yourself.
All right, we would like to answer the questions. So we thought that speaking skills play a crucial role in dubbing and voiceover, especially when the content is used for English language learning, and where mispronounced words or unclear speech can confuse EFL learners and lead to some sort of misunderstanding. So, and also tone, emotion, pacing also matter as they help convey meaning beyond words. And if the voice lacks clarity or expressions, like let's just say the expression is flat, learners may miss important language cues because they missed the excitement of the video itself. And and that's why strong speaking skills aren't just about sounding good; they also ensure the content is accurate, understandable, and effective for language development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rishandi, for the answer. Is that enough, ma'am, for the answers?
That's very okay. And may I give my simple feedback?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Okay, congratulations, groups 1 and 2 from English Language Education Department of Universitas Siliwangi. Okay, great presentations. And yes, to improve speaking skills, then dubbing, even voice over here about digital storytelling, you have to focus on pronunciation, intonation, and pacing. Okay, and practice reading aloud also, record yourself, rehearsal, maybe in front of the mirror. Okay, whereas on which one is my angle, for example, but okay, last but not least, embrace the power of your storytelling, engaging with the narrative to create compelling and engaging activities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, so is there any questions left? Okay, if there's no questions again, I will close the Q&A session. Thank you very much to the entire group of presenters who provided very interesting insights. I myself enjoyed as well. Hopefully they could be useful for all of us. So ladies and gentlemen, the group presentation session has ended and I, Gada Al-Ridla, will give the time back to the MC, Ms. Ningsih, please. Thank you.
Saya menyanyi ya Tuhan, memang sengaja untuk menghibur hati nan duka. Kecil-kecil dari Jakarta, sengaja menghibur hati dan duka. Tuhan selalu menyanyi, ya Tuhan hati gembira. Kecil-kecil lagu Betawi, kecil-kecil dari Jakarta. Kecil-kecil.
All right, thank you very much to the presenters for the great effort in delivering your storytelling projects. Our sincere thanks also goes to Ms. Gada for managing the session and discussion effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our second amazing keynote speaker, Mr. Arief Nugraha, M.Sc. from Edgar Broad Academic Chair, Belgium. It is truly an honor to have him joining us today, and this session will be moderated by Ms. Ulfa Awalunisa. Ms. Ulfa, you may begin.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ningsih. Is my voice clear?
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, thank you. I warmly welcome the audience. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our webinar today. With great honor, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ulfa Awalunisa from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, and I'm truly honored to be a moderator for the 5th keynote speaker session today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before starting the presentation, I would like to inform how the presentation will be going on. First, The keynote speakers will have a maximum 15 minutes for the presentation, followed by 5 minutes for Q&A session. So please manage your time and I will friendly remind you if the time is almost over. Second, Q&A session will be done after the keynote speaker's presentation. Third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box or can directly deliver the question by raising hands virtually, and I as moderator will read the question to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the question directly. And last but not least, every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the fifth keynote speaker for today's session is Mr. Arief Nugraha, M.Sc from Edgar Academic Chair, Belgium. Please allow me to read the personal data of our keynote speaker. Mr. Arief Nugraha, M.Sc, holds a Master of Science in Education, specializing in neuroscience and education from the University of Bristol, United Kingdom, which he completed with distinction in 2017. He also earned his Bachelor of Education from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia in 2014. After completing his studies, Mr. Arief began his professional journey at English lecturer EBAC PA International, Belgium, and remote, and then project officer, and then as an Indonesian language teaching assistant. In addition to his professional experience, he also known for multimedia development and design, LMS, MS Office, and training model development. And this is his contact information at ariefnugraha35@gmail.com, ariefnugraha35@gmail.com, and then LinkedIn is below. Okay. All right, that's a really great CV from Mr. Arief. All right. Without further ado, let's invite our fifth keynote speaker, Mr. Arief Nugraha, to present his topic, Digital Storytelling Insights from Neuroscience. Good morning, sir. It's such a great honor to have you with us today.
Thank you for having me. Is my voice clear?
Yeah, it's very clear, sir.
So thank you, Ulpa, for the warm welcome introductions. Thank you all the committees and thank you all the participants for today's sessions. And thank you for collaborating with EBAC. So it's been a nice collaborations between us with UNCEL since the past, 20 years. So thank you very much for always involving us in this very nice program. So my session today will be talking about a little bit about science, which is brain science, what we call it neuroscience. It's interesting to look at how digital storytelling could, in this angle, how it could support our brain works in learning and what kind of digital storytelling tools or designs that could support our brains. Yeah. So we will see what kind of findings that are relevant for this context from neuroscience research. And these sessions will be also quite interactive. So I will, in the beginning, invite you to a survey and maybe ask you some time to explain your answers. Yeah. First, I'd like to maybe give some media and public representations on brain, mind, and learning. So there are facts and misconceptions portrayed in the media and public beliefs. And I'd like to know your opinion on this one to get started. And the next one, there is a emerging field in neuroscience, which is neurocinematics, which focuses on explaining how human brain reacts to moving images. And moving images is one of digital storytelling types, and that's what we are going to focus in these sessions. Yeah. And we also look at the educational implications from neuroscientific finding itself. So let's get started with this, a very common and well-known statement. I'd like you to post with me in the comment sections whether you agree or disagree with this statement. And the statement is, as you can see from the screen, young people today have an 8-second attention span, which is shorter than a goldfish. Do you agree on this account or not? So there is this media representations saying that the average human attention span is only 8.25 seconds, and compared to goldfish's attention span, 9 seconds, we are defeated already. Yeah, and then it is also impacted by the increasing distractions on the use of the internet, social media, and the environment. So if you don't mind putting your answer in the comment sections on the chat, whether you agree or not with this statement, can you feel that this is actually a fact, or no, it's not true? Okay, thank you, Ulfa. Anyone else? Did you participate? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the 3 persons agree that young people today have an 8-second attention span, yeah, shorter than a goldfish. We will see how what is the implications of learning and what is the implications on digital storytelling based on this statement later on. Okay, thank you for your response. Anyone would like to give a reason why you agree on this one? Maybe either Ulfa, Ningsi, or Iis? So we have a more interactive discussion this morning, if that's okay. Well, okay, then I will continue with my explanations. So I'll explain the origin of these 8-second claims. So this is spring from the statistics published by Microsoft according to the study in 2015, using the EEG. So EEG is a tools that researchers use in a laboratory usually, where you can record your brain activity. This Microsoft team used this EEG to monitor 112 individuals when they do something that requires attention. Yeah, and then the average is actually 12 seconds we used to have while in 2000, but it drops to 8 seconds by 2013. So we have not any updated calculations until up based on, compared to this Microsoft study in 2015. But where it got misleading, so it's not true that our attention span is shorter than gold because it is misleading information which is told by media, and from there people believe this assumption to be a fact. Yeah, why is it misleading? It has a lack of empirical backing due to questionable methodology. Therefore, we cannot really believe in this one assumption. Yeah, and then the second one, agree or disagree that creativity, including digital storytelling or including storytelling in general, are functions of the right brain, while logical analysis is handled by the left brain. Do you agree or not with these distinctions? Well, they're creative learners and they have brain dominance in the right brain, and the logical learners with numbers analysis, they are more left brain learners. Do you agree or disagree, or have you heard of these notions before? Can you write that down on your chat box, please? So it's well known that we have assumptions that, okay, learners are divided into left brainers and then right brainers. But is it something true? Identifying that right brainers are more creative while the left one are more analytical and logical, and they like to work on numbers, right? The truth is that it's originated from Sperry's split brain assumptions, which which describes that left brain are more analytical, orderly, linear, logical, and they're good with numbers and language, while the right brain students are more imaginative, emotional, intuitive, creative, and usually good with music and art. So this is the origin of this belief. But current science do not really support the statement as brain actually work together in every single process, meaning that learning should actually involve all of the brain parts, where it's left, it's right, and there is this corpus callosum part where it connects to brain hemispheres. Yeah, it's connected, and there is no current evidence where a certain task is isolated in one area, in one certain area of the brain only. Yeah. And it got misleading because of the methodology itself as well. And then current science believes that based on the last studies, scientists think that the hemisphere of the brain do not work separately, as I stated before, but together for all cognitive tasks, even if there are functional asymmetries. Yeah. But why this myth or this misconception persists in our educations, and there are a lot of assessment used by schools to actually identify students and adjust the methodology of their learnings according to these assessments. It's actually very appealing. Like, we can admit that people like clear dichotomies, like, okay, I'm very logical, I'm very creative. That idea is kind of nice to have, right? And there is this confirmation bias where if someone thinks they're right-brained, they'll notice creative moments and ignore analytical ones. So usually we can be biased as an individual when we have when we know what kind of learners we are, and actually that limits our learning opportunities. Yeah. And last but not least, before I move on to my explanations about neurocinematics, is that teaching to each student's learning style, which are visual, auditory, and kinesthetic learning style, is the best way to improve learning. I believe we heard about this learning style theory, right? But do you agree or not? If you could maybe let us know in the chat. Okay, thank you, Ulfa. We have 200 participants, more than 200 participants. So if you know this and would like to participate on the discussions, that would be great. Yeah. So the assumption is that students have different learning styles, which refers to how they prefer to absorb and process information. And they, some of them like to learn through visual, like pictures or videos, auditory, like only listening, and kinesthetics, where they need to practice directly what they are learning. Yeah, and then public or we educators believe that this style can help educators and students to learn better. Yeah, because when we learn in our preferred learning style, we learn better and more motivated. But in the eye of science, in the eye of neuroscience, is it true or not? Yeah. But before that, the origin of visual auditory kinesthetic learning style is popularized by Walter Barbel and colleagues back in the 1970s. So it's quite old. And then it's also supported based on the Howard Gardner's theory on multiple intelligences in the 80s. And then, oops, sorry. And then it got misleading because Gardner himself actually rejected this kind of linkage between learning style and multiple intelligence and called it distractions already. Yeah. And there is a lack of scientific evidence, decades of research, even until now, there is no like direct evidence showing that learning style has a direct implications on the increase in students' ability. Yeah. And what current science knows about this case, neuroscientific research confirms that learning involves integrated neural networks. So there is no such visual, auditory, isolated activity. For example, when we read, of course, we will understand that the reading is a visual task, and it will involve the brain that takes part or responsible for the visual activities. But it also activates auditory processing areas for language comprehensions. And then learning through instructional media that facilitates multimodal stimuli could actually lessen the load of working memory that our brain has to carry, which is learning can be easier when the teachers involve multimodal learning strategies or multimodal learning media like video or something like that. Yeah. So it's much better instead of giving the students only the visual media or only auditory media or only doing the kinesthetics. It's better for educators to involve all of the means or kind of medias. Yeah. So now the questions asked is, if these myths are true, how can we design digital storytelling? So if, for example, our brain learns individually or works individually when we process a learning task, how can we design a digital storytelling that can help learners increase their learnings? And there is this field called neurocinematics, which firstly coined by Uri Hassans in 2008. So neurocinematics is actually a combination of neuroscience studies and film or media studies. Not only educators that use these principles, but also in marketing and business, they use this for ads and something like that, so that they could attract more audience. And this study, of course, as it is called neurocinematics, it studies how the brain responds to films using neuroscience tools to analyze. Mostly the focus is on attentions, emotions, and viewer engagements. And when we talk about like our project, animated digital storytelling, we want the students to pay attention to our audio and engage emotionally so that the engagement when they watch could be preserved. That's the goal of why we create our digital storytelling product in the first place, right? But how can we maximize during the design part so that the students can, and so that we can ensure that the students will pay attention and get emotional engagements so that they could participate actively in our digital storytelling products. So there are 4 findings that are the key from neurocinematics. The first one is attention synchronizations. So it is important to have an engaging narratives so that the students are interested in the story, but also they could have an emotional engagement, meaning that we really need to select what kind of story that the students will be engaged. So need analysis in this case will be very important. You really need to know your students' interest so that you could design digital storytelling that could grab their attentions since it's relevant to them. Yeah? And there is this aspects of predictions and rewards. It means that our brain constantly predicts what will happen next, and therefore the twist in the story could sometimes be important for us and educators and for digital storytelling designers, since this twist in a story will give that kind of reward effect or to give stimuli to our dopamine to appear, so that the journey of them watching our video or watching our digital storytelling could be maximized. And there is this memory formations. How is our memory created during digital storytelling or during watching a video that consists of a story? And emotionally charged and visually striking moments are more likely to be remembered. So the design of the story, the design of the narrative, the script really needs to be carefully thought and written so that the students can engage with the story emotionally, right? We remember when we watch really good movies, we always remember the character, what happened, what even the words they say when it aligns with our curiosity. Yeah. So there are a lot of principles of digital storytelling creations, which is informed by neurocinematic studies. But considering our times, maybe I will just focus on 2 principles, which is optimizing pacing for attentions And then the next one is how we could employ predictive coding. If we want to have more discussions, you can let us know so we can have more discussions on every principles on digital storytelling as informed by neurocinematic studies. And there is this resources that I read and watched to come up with these principles on digital storytelling. I will at the end also give you my slides. So first, attentions. Why is it important to talk about this one? Because attentions is a process of doing or not exerting. That's too technical. Of focusing on something, right? On a specific stimuli, on a specific activity or topic or whatever it is that you do in the classroom. So attentions is a process that our brain does in order to focus on something very specific that we do in a classroom in the learning context. Yeah, and attention is like a gate, as Jensen states, that manages the input informations into conscious awareness. As conscious awareness is important of learning, so that we need to make sure that attention is preserved during the learning activity. Oh, my time is running out. Okay, I will be really quick. And then attention refers to the brain capacity to choose one aspect on which to concentrate. So it's important to consider attentions in learning and in digital storytelling. And there is this neurocorrelate where attention happens, which is in prefrontal cortex and parietal cortex. And as studies shown that our attention declines in the first 10 to 15 minutes. So our video cannot be longer than 10 to 15 minutes, right? And then an older study and a recent one by Bradbury says that students can only be expected to paying attention within the first 20 to 30 minutes of a lectures. So how long is digital storytelling should last based on science? So research suggests that the ideal duration for digital storytelling for children, this is specific for children, is 3 to 5 minutes only. So this is the most recent literature that I could find. Yeah, so this is the takeaway. And the video cannot go on too long without a change. But if it's too long, how can we address this? And how can we keep our students' attentions preserved during the learning process? So it is necessary to break a story into small segments or use attention reset or active break by adding interactivity. So interactivity in the middle of the video would help students to engage more in our digital storytelling. And the apps that I found is Edpuzzle. This is one of my favorite apps when I use the video and I want to make sure the students pay attention. So Edpuzzle allows us to add a pop-up questions without we need to like pause or manually stop the video. So the pop-up questions could be close-ended questions, open-ended questions, and the students can also answer with an audio, which is a great for asynchronous speaking sessions. And Edpuzzle could be used on and integrated in LMS. I know it can be integrated in Canva and Google Classroom, and it's free. So it looks like this, yeah, when you play a video in the middle, so you want to keep track on the student attentions, you can give them a pop-up questions like this, and you can adjust these questions into your liking, whether it's close-ended, open-ended, or answer with audio. Yeah. And it's good for asynchronous as well. So you can make sure that the students watch the entire video so that they learn. Yeah. Sometimes asynchronous, there's a challenge of this control. And you can observe their response as well at the end, because you can create classes inside Edpuzzle itself. So it works as well like an LMS. And the second one is predictions and rewards. So we want the students to enjoy, we want the students to memorize and to remember what the story is about so that they could learn and take an implications of the story itself. And the brain says, the neuroscience says the brain is always trying to predict what will happen next. So it's important for us to have an engaging stories with a twist, yeah? And it's key to build expectations and then introduce a surprising but logical twist at the end. And I found there is this interactive decision points. It's a unique features of a movie. So you can implement these interactive decision points. What is interactive decision points? Interactive decision point is a feature where you can be interactive in a movie. For example, the students can choose their own plot. The students can pick and create the decisions. If you watch a Netflix series of where you can interactive click the buttons whether you want to go somewhere or not going somewhere, yeah, and then the plot will change based on your decisions. And the tools that make it possible for you to create this some kind of activity is articulate storyline. It's quite advanced, but there is Canva as well, where you can use this for interactivity. So articulate storyline will support the branching scenarios. So in articulate storyline, you can have a different plots, and the students or you as a watchers can choose the plots that you want. For example, we know that the stories of Sleeping Beauty, she ate the apples, right? But what if she did not accept the apples given by the witch? What will happen? It will engage the students in that story. So they are involved, yeah, in the story itself by creating decisions, and it will change the plot itself. And like this, it's on a Netflix series called Bandersnatch and a Black Mirror series where the watcher can have a decision on what kind of stories they want to build. Yeah, so they can choose and click an options given by the designer itself. Yeah, but it's quite advanced, so it's not a beginner friendly. But there is an alternative which is beyond, but I think it's not free for these features. And it's also can be used to design a link scenario based on this example. So this is what can you do with digital storyline. Can you see my slides? I think you're good. So for example, you can have this story designs, and then the students will choose their choice according to their beliefs and their interests. Yeah, you can put audio actually in this one, but this example doesn't have an audio. So it's more of like comic-like digital storytelling. So look at here. You can have decisions. You can play even you could do a role play here as a flight attendant. So you could ask a lot of options here, and it will change the plot of the story, which will be very engaging for the students to follow. Yeah. So I will give the links to this one again in my slides later on, since our time is limited. But you can do this on Canva as well. There is this Code for Me feature, which is very new, and it can generate an interactivity, including a story-based material. But it is prompt dependent, so you really need to think carefully about your prompt. I tried to build one. The result is looks like that. It's not like what I imagined. It's very simple, but the activity or the interactivity kind of work. So it's about Sleeping Beauty. Choose your fate. So the students can choose whether they will accept the apple, whether this Sleeping Beauty accepts the apples or reject the apples. And we never know in our knowledge what will happen if the character rejects the apple, what will happen. And it will be very engaging for the students, since it will involve the reward system in their brains. Yeah, so you can try using this Canva code, generate the interactivity for your digital storytelling. It's simpler and faster, especially for teachers with a lot of responsibilities, which I very understand. Yeah. So to sum up, neurocinematics provides valuable insights into how the brain processes narratives. Especially, neurocinematics focus on attentions, emotions, and memory. And effective digital storytelling should try to be aware on these three aspects, which is attention, emotions, and memory, and try to design digital storytelling based on these aspects that are important for learning. So back to you, Ulfa. Thank you very much, and sorry for the time.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Arief, for the very informative presentation. What an interesting experience to explore digital storytelling from a neuroscience perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session, which is the 500 question and answer session. As a reminder, you can type the question in the chat box, or if you want to ask the question directly, you may use the raise hand feature. While we're waiting for the audience, I have a question, sir. I'm quite curious, based on neuroscience, what makes a digital storytelling stick in the brain more effectively than traditional storytelling?
Thank you very much. So why is it more effective based on neuroscience? It's because there is an emotion involved in there. If the creator cares about the student's emotions, and emotions is very important in learning. It processed in the hippocampus area. There's a limbic system there where our brain processes emotions. And when it is involved in learning, it will increase retentions. That's based on neuroscience. So when we involve, for example, when we watch a movie that is very sad or that is very happy, we will likely to remember that longer in our brain. So it will support the long-term memory creations when we involve emotions in our students' learning. So it's the emotion part, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the answers, sir. Okay, and then it seems like we have an audience here, but unfortunately, I'm going to limit the question only one. So, Hanum Nurul, please, you may ask the question directly.
All right. Thank you for the time. Now I want to ask about what elements in the narrative are most effective for synchronizing brain activity among the students, and why understanding neurocinematics changed the way we think about the student engagement on storytelling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What elements in the narratives? I think based on neuroscience and based on the aspect that I explained today, I think the most important one from the narrative aspect is the twist of the story. And based on my experience, I feel like the twist in the story could really engage students' emotions and attentions. And we remember the twist, right? What happens in the middle, what happens, why? Because we firstly predict, oh, okay, this character will do this, but then the writer will twist that, and then it will engage our emotions, and then predictive designs our brain to say, oh, what does it happen? What makes it happen? So there is an engagement cognitively in our brain related to this twist. So the students will ask questions, the student will reflect on that, so that there is more learning that happens in that one. So yeah, the twist. It means that the story writing will be very important, how you create the narratives. And of course, you need to know your students as well, what kind of stories that they like. And the characters of the students needs to be also carefully thought when you write the stories or the narratives, so that you could involve these stories in digital storytelling. Apologies, what's the second question, Miss?
Why understanding the neurocinematics changed the way we think about the students' engagement on storytelling?
Yeah. Thank you very much. It changed a lot of things. The first is about awareness. First of all, our belief before there is this neuroscience findings, we believe that, oh, okay, I can only pay attention for about 8 seconds. That's the statistics. But when we put digital storytelling with careful plan and designs by adding, for example, interactivity, we can break that beliefs. So the students can pay attention longer. But it needs to be really carefully designed. Add interactivity, but what kind of interactivity? Interactivity that has to be adjusted based on the student's character. Therefore, needs analysis should be really done well in the beginning of digital storytelling creation. So awareness is important, and self-awareness of our students' brain. So the students will know, oh, okay, so that our brain can actually pay longer attentions. Oh, okay. So the science says that I can learn better through a video instead of I used to believe that I am an auditory learner, but now the science says that, oh, actually, watching of videos can activate more brain areas, meaning that we could have, we could have more memories, or we could learn more, and we could remember more. So that's kind of mindset I think is important when we look at the advantage. Is that okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for the question.
All right, it seems like all of the questions have been answered. Thank you for your enthusiasm for this session. Thank you for the questions. But unfortunately, the time is limited and we must end this interesting discussion. Once again, thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Arief. That was such a well-delivered session and super informative. We truly appreciate your time and expertise. To end this session, we would like to deliver a great token of appreciation to our fifth keynote speaker, Mr. Arief Nugraha, M.Sc. The committee, please. Once more, thank you so much, Mr. Arief. And of course, thank you to everyone here for being such an engaging audience. With that, I'll now return the session to our MC, Ms. Ningsi. Please.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Arief Nugraha, M.Sc, for giving us a lot of insights related to digital storytelling in the lens of neuroscience. We would also like to extend our appreciation to Ms. Ulfa for moderating the session. All right, dear honorable participants, we will have another group presentation sessions. There are 3 groups that will present, and the presentation and also question and answer session will be guided by our moderator, Raisa Az-Zahra. So to Ms. Raisa, the Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ningsi.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm Raisa Zahra, and I will be your moderator for this session. We will now move on to the group presentation session for the last 3 groups presenting today. So please stay tuned for the rest of this webinar. Before starting the presentation, I'd like to inform the rules of this session. First, each group presenter will have a maximum of 15 minutes for the presentation, so please manage your time, and I will friendly remind you if the time is mostly over. Second, the Q&A session will be held after the presentations by group presenter 1, 2, and 3 are done. Third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box or can directly deliver the question by raising hands virtually. And I, as the moderator, will read the question to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the question directly. In addition, please state to which group the question is addressed. Fourth, every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentation. Thank you. All right, without any further ado, let's invite our first group presenter to present their topic. Canva Speaks Direction, a digital medium for teaching direction to 7th grade students. We have 5 speakers here. They are Nabila Sumpena Putri, Faiza Zahra Habibah, Sofi Agustriani, Vika Widya Pratama, and Iis Azmi. Group 1, the Zoom floor is yours.
In this slide, I will present about the introduction of digital storytelling. What is the digital storytelling? Digital storytelling is a storytelling method using digital media to convey message or lessons. This digital storytelling is very important to help students understand the material well because it combines audio visual in learning. In addition, this digital storytelling can also support learning to speak by using an interesting visual context. Next, the identification of the problem. Need analyze interview with 7th grade English teacher at Islamic Junior High School in Tasikmalaya. And there are 3 challenges, and then there are 4 challenges identified. 90% of students are beginners in English limited vocabulary. Only 1 hour per week is allocated for speaking practice and need for subtitle in English video for better comprehension, and the teacher suggestion create Islamic character. And to address the challenges identified, we choose video media as one of the main solutions. Here are some ways in which this video was designed to support the objectives. Provides real-life content through storytelling, edit English subtitles, choose Islamic character, and included clear visual to build interest. Next slide, please.
Okay, now I'll present our project description. The title of our digital storytelling project is Canvas Speaks Directions, a digital medium for teaching directions to 7th grade students. This project was developed based on the 7th grade English curriculum, especially the topic asking for and giving directions. We created this animation using Canva to provide a practical and engaging learning tool that helps students improve their communication in real-life situations. The story starts with a visitor who is confused at the school gate. A friendly student helps by giving clear and polite directions. As the story continues, another visitors come and each of them is assisted until they find their destination. We choose this story because it matches this curriculum topic, shows daily communication, and promote positive behavior like helping others. The learning goals. Next slide, please. The learning goals of our project are to help students understand and use expressions for asking and giving direction, to improve their listening and speaking skills, and movement, more clear and using English in real situations. This digital storytelling project supports those goals by using visuals, voiceover, and animation, and it can be used both online and offline learning, making it suitable for different school settings. That's all. Next speaker, please.
Okay, there are several tools that we use in the process of making this learning media. The main tool we use is Canva. We choose Canva because it is very easy to use, has many ready-made templates, and support the use of images and voice narration. Canva also offers many interesting design options, so it is very helpful in creating a visual appealing media display. However, the drawback of Canva is that the animation is still limited. So if we want to create more complex or dynamic movements, we have to helpful other applications. We also use several supporting tools, including DeepL, which we use to assist with accurate English pronunciation, YouTube as a source of background music that aligns with the material's tone and content. The last is CapCut to enhance the final result with audio effects, making it sound more engaging. The next slide, please.
Okay, for the product workflow and development. We created the animation using Canva, a versatile design tool which provides features to efficiently customize visual elements for the project. We started with a storyboard template from Canva, organizing each panel to represent key scenes and visualize the flow of the story. Instead of drawing manually, we use Canvas templates and tools to modify existing elements, saving time while customizing the content to fit the story. We brought characters to life using Canvas pre-designed templates, adjusting their visual expressions to match scenes' emotions. We also customized colors, object, and layout to support the story's mood. We added background elements to make the scenes more engaging. And we use Canvas animation and transition features to animate characters and create smooth scene transition. For some scene, we incorporated a green screen talking face from YouTube and integrating it with the animation. After adjusting the timing and duration of each scene to ensure proper pacing, we recorded the voice over using a phone's voice recorder. The audio was synchronized with the animation in Canva, and we fine-tuned it with using CapCut, adjusting adjusting volume levels and sound effects. Finally, we added subtitles in CapCut to make the animation accessible to a wider audience. And this is our final project.
The morning sun cast long shadows across the school grounds, a familiar scene of students rushing to class. But for newcomers, the sprawling campus could feel like a maze. Excuse me, dear. I wonder if you could possibly help me for a moment?
Good morning, ma'am. Of course, I'd be happy to. What do you need?
Oh, thank you so much. This is my first time visiting the school. I'm here to register my child. Would you be able to point me towards the administration office? I seem to be a little lost.
Not a problem at all. It's quite straightforward actually. See the security post just up ahead there? Just walk past it. Once you've gone by the booth, take the very first right turn you see. The administration office is located right after that turn, and it's directly across from the school's mosque. You'll easily recognize the sign.
Okay, so I go past the security booth and then make an immediate right. Administration office across from the mosque. Yes, I think I've got it. Thank you so much for your help, dear. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome, ma'am. Don't hesitate to ask if you get turned around again. Have a lovely day.
Good morning, sir. Are you perhaps here for the grade 7 parent meeting?
Good morning, young lady. Yes, that's right. I'm supposed to be in the hall, but I haven't seen any signs and I'm running a little late. Could you possibly point me in the right direction?
Absolutely, sir. It's straight ahead from here. Just keep walking past the parking lot. You'll see the school hall directly in front of you. There are 2 entrances you can use. The main doors face the ICT lab. You can't miss them. Or, if you prefer, there's a side entrance just opposite the school canteen. Either way will you lead into the hall.
Ah, straight past the parking lot. Main doors by the ICT lab or the side entrance by the canteen. That's clear. Thank you so much for your help.
Okay, for the expert judgment, there are several important aspects that are assessed, including the suitability of the material, the suitability of the design, and the playback experience. For the material suitability, the indicators assessed include topic relevance, learning objective, language suitability, cultural sensitivity, and active student participation with an average score 4.67. The second aspect, design suitability, assess visual clarity, multimedia integration, smooth transition, accessibility, and suitability for the students with an average score of 4.8. Meanwhile, the playback experience, which involves audio visual clarity, smooth playback on various devices, and overall IT accessibility, scored the highest with an average of 5.0. From the assessment, several strengths were identified, including materials that support teaching, clear visuals, and good, easy-to-follow audio. However, there were also some suggestions for improvement. Among them are the need for improvement in animation movement, synchronization between narration and background sounds to be clearly, and exploration of more interactive elements. Next.
For the conclusion, the main objective of the project was to help participants show concern for others and develop the ability to communicate well and clearly so that the instruction given can be understood easily. However, in its implementation, this project faced several challenges, such as difficulties in obtaining characters that match the teacher request, limitation in choosing the right transition despite using the premium version, and constraints in adjusting the background to avoid copyright. Next slide, please. And for suggestion, first, get to know Canva more deeply to create animation. Learn how to animate text, image, and transition to make your video more dynamic and engaging. Second, add a call to practice scenes to make the video more interactive and involve students. Include questions or tasks to encourage student interaction and reinforce learning. Third, synchronize the volume between voiceover and background. Adjust audio levels so the narration is clear and not overpowered by background music. And the last, be more careful in dragging and dropping elements. Use Canva's alignment tools and zoom features to ensure clean and professional layouts. Thank you. That's all the presentation from our groups. I return it to the moderator.
Thank you, Group Presenter 1, for the insightful presentation and such great project to share. Very creative. And for your information, we will do Q&A session after the third group presenter has done their presentation, so that may you prepare your question from now on. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next presentation. Now, let's welcome our second group of presenters to share their creative project titled Exploring Future Dreams, a sixth grade grammar adventure with twin crab. This group consists of 4 talented speakers, Lauza Alivia Rahmasusandi, Parlinindita Rosabella Shiva, Dea Kurniasih Rahayu, Tiara Junita. group presenter 2? All right, now you can start your presentation.
You heard that? Is my audio is audible?
Yes, your voice is clear.
Um,
Thank you to the moderator for giving us the time. The first is introduction. I will explain about what is digital storytelling, why is it important in education, and how it helps English learners. First is digital storytelling. Digital storytelling is a method of telling stories using digital media such as image, voice, video, and animation to deliver narratives in an interactive and engaging way. According to Robin 2008, digital storytelling combines the art of traditional storytelling with multimedia technology to create deeper and more personal learning experiences. This approach enables students to become active content creators rather than passive recipients of information. And then, why is it important in education? As mentioned by Sadik 2008, in education, digital storytelling enhances student engagement and support the development of 21st century skills such as critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and digital literacy. For elementary students, digital literacy, digital media makes abstract concepts like grammar more concrete and contextual. Robbins 2006 notes that when students create digital stories, they gain a stronger understanding of academic content through hands-on creative reflection. Next. How it helps English learners. Digital storytelling supports English learners by providing a meaningful context to practice all language skills like listening, speaking, reading, and writing. It encourages the use of vocabulary and grammar in creative real-life situations, making learning more natural and engaging. By combining visual, audio, and narrative, it aids comprehension and boosts confidence. It also fosters self-expression and reduces anxiety, making language learning more personal and enjoyable. Next. Identification of the problem. We interviewing one of the 6th grade elementary school teachers in Tasikmalaya, Indonesia. And here are some learning challenges students face in this topic. Number 1 is not familiar with English vocabulary. 2, not familiar with English before. 3, there is no support for learning media or tools such as books or visualizations other than the teachers. And then here are the adjustments we need to make to our product based on the interviews is visual and audio adjustments. First is color palette. The color chosen tend to be strong, like red, blue, or green to lock students' focus and the learning media. And second is background music. Soft background music is added to enhance the students' experience without interfering with their comprehension process. Next material will be delivered by Lauza, please.
All right. So we'll talk about project overview. This project applied digital storytelling, which was adapted to align with the school curriculum. We chose an elementary school to implement our digital storytelling as a learning medium. The material focused on the future tense, especially the model wheel, for 6th grade students. The purpose of our digital storytelling is to help students at the beginner level more easily understanding how to use the model wheel using language that is appropriate and accessible for elementary school learners. And then story descriptions. The story entitled Exploring Future Dreams, a 6th grade grammar adventure with twin craft, according to the materials that applied in 6th grade in this month are about future tense, so we want to introduce the model wheel as the beginning of materials introduction about future tense. In the video, we present a simple examples of using model wheel and how it used in daily conversation. So, learning goals. Goals from our digital storytelling, we hope the student can understand about the use of model wheel in their activities, in how they can use it, and when it can be used. Through our digital storytelling animation, we help the student more easier understanding and catch about the materials. All right, here the tool that we use in our project. The name is TwinCraft. So educational uses explore more examples about media wheel as a future tense, guided reading and comprehension, language skills. In the aspect multimodal storytelling formats boost reading and listening outcomes, and then creative pedagogy enables project-based narrative and digital literacy in primary or secondary classrooms. Why this tool supported our project? First, brightly color collection. We choose TwinCraft because TwinCraft has a lot of collection that have a brightly color. So because our target is elementary school, so we choose the brightly color to catch their attention. And then number two is instant application and create a simple movement. We searching about the application that available from the characters and then also the background, so it can be more easy to us to create a simple animation. And then number three is unfamiliar. Beside that, we have preview from the Play Store that this application, it just 5 million people that have download about this application. So we want to explore and then to create new motivation and how to create animation, especially for using as a learning medium. And then benefits and strength. No drawing required or instant application. A fast library of read-to-use characters, props, and background lets anyone build a story. Keyframe animation, such as move, rotate, scale, camera pans, and or zoom, built-in audio and effects. Quick export and share, one tap rendering to MP4 plus direct upload to TikTok, YouTube, or WhatsApp, speed delivery to students or collaborators. And then there are several drawbacks that we found in this application. There is limited access to input the background from other files, should be as a premium member, because in this application, it's divided into two. There is pro members and then premium members. Can adjust the position of the audio recorder, just can be adapted according to every scene, limited collection, and can't increase our creativity design because it has been locked with the collection frame provided by the platforms. Next. And then there are supported tools that we use to create our animation. The first is CapCut. We use CapCut to combine all our video scenes. Additionally, we adjust the voiceovers and background music and incorporate sound effect using this application. And then there is Pinterest. This app serves as a supplementary tool to search for various images that we want to include in our video. And the last, there is Sound Recorder. We utilize the built-in voice-over recording application on our phone to record several voiceovers. And then the next slide will be explained by Tiara Junita, please.
And next is product workflow and development. Here I will explain how my group's animation product was made. The first one is the characters. The application provides various characters that can be used to create animation. Therefore, we use the characters provided by the application to create this animation. And for the background, we also use the background that the application has provided. The next slide, please. So for the animation and movement, the way to change the character's expression is to click one of the character, then there is an expression option, and you can choose the expression you want. For example, here I chose a smiling expression for the father characters. And then to move the character is by drag the purple colored dots, which are the body points of the character. As you can see here, there are a lot of purple dots at various points of the body that we can move around to suit the storyline. For example, here I want to make the character sit. The trick is by move the point in the middle, which is the point of the stomach, and also the hips. Then I adjust it so that the character looks like he is sitting on a chair. And this is the result, as you can see. And next slide, please. For scoring and dubbing, to add the voice of its character or dubbing is by clicking on the speaker icon. Next slide, please. And for scoring and dubbing, to add the voice of its character or dubbing is by
All right, group presenter 2, you can start again to screen sharing, to share your screen.
Excuse me, we have to share screen here, but
Ray, and next is scoring and dubbing. To add the voice of its characters or dubbing it is by clicking on the speaker icon, then being able to speak directly, and later the mouth of its character will adapt to the voice we enter. And here is the example. And however, but our group edit built-in voice over that recorded using a sound recorder to make it clearer and put it together with the video in the CapCut application along with the back sound. And next is our product showcase. Enjoy!
All right, group presenter 2, maybe you want the committee to help you share your product showcase.
yes, please.
Okay, maybe the committee will share their screen. So please stop your screen and let us, the committee, share the screen. Thank you.
In the Sunday morning page Twitter with Melodious. Early day, the sunlight breaks through the window. Julian was sitting in his room. Oh, I have an assignment. Let's solve it. I thought about future tense. Wow, will is part from future tense. Do you know how they use of will? No, me too. I have an idea. Should I ask to my dad? Yes. Let's ask to my dad. And then Julian go to find his dad.
They are so funny.
Dad, I was studying English and I found the word will. What does it mean?
Good question, Julian. Will is used to talk about the future, things that happens yet but will happen later.
Oh, can you give me some examples?
Sure, like this. We will have dinner at 7 p.m. Tomorrow, the sun will shine.
So I can use will to talk about what I want to be in the future?
Exactly. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I will be a scientist. I will invent cool robots.
That's great. Now, try making more sentences using will.
I will study hard. I will discover new planets.
Amazing, Julian. Keep practicing, and one day you will achieve your dreams.
I can't wait to tell my friends about this.
Is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. Two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest.
All right. Before, thank you so much for operator helping us with all. The next one is expert judgment report table. Here are the report of expert judgment from the aspect material suitability, design suitability, and playback experience. And by each indicator, we have the total point, mean point in 5.0 for each indicator. And the next, please. Here also there are some expert feedback report. Expert report stated that
In material suitability, this video is very good to be presented to children. Moreover, children will not get bored with the delivery of the material, and children will be more active or intense towards the material taught by using animation video. Teaching media using animation video also makes it easier for teachers and will be better understood by children. Besides, in design suitability, experts stated that what needs to be improved is the voice, so that it can be heard clearly by children when delivered. For visual, text, and transitions itself are already very good. And the last one, in playback experience aspect, experts stated that it is very good, and what needs to be improved is just the audio itself. Next slide, please. All right, for the whole presentation, we can conclude that digital storytelling is one of the strategies or media supports for learning English, especially for children. This video is presented for a primary school student who has never been exposed to English before 6th grade. In addition, they need to be equipped with sufficient understanding to move on to a higher level of education. Therefore, this video has been created with the aim of helping students with limited vocabulary and experience of English through live conversation and providing examples of good English pronunciation to help with listening skills students. And this video is also expected to meet the need for alternative media or teaching resources for the teachers, as there are no supporting resources for the students themselves. This is a form of attention-getting approach to students to make it more interesting than just learning from the teacher's speech alone. Next slide, please. Besides that, we faced any challenges in the processing the video. The first one, it is payment for pro user was hampered. And the second one is watermark cannot be removed only with pro features. It is need premium access is required. The third one is characters cannot be imported from outside the application. The fourth, each scene only has one movement, so it is quiet training time and our energy. Fifth, the sound of the recording cannot be adjusted. Cannot reduce noise, be cutted, or adjusting the speed. So it requires any application support. Sixth, the choice of characters and elements presented is less of varied and feels like monotonous. Seventh, cannot import background for external application. And the last one, it is limited of sound effect. But we have main achievement reached. In a short video, it is able to convey appropriate examples as a support for learning understanding. This is recognized by expert judgment itself. Next slide, please. So in the last slide, we suggest that optimizing the creation of this learning animation video is considered to be much better with consistent and direct focus. So consultation with expert greatly helps in the preparation of the animation video. The compiler and editor realized that this animation video cannot be said to be perfect, so we are very open to constructive criticism and suggestions for the good of English learners in the future. All right, maybe that's all from us. Thank you so much for your kind attention. We apologize for any mistakes. I'll give it back to Ms. Raisa as moderator.
Thank you very much to group presenter 2 for that informative and meaningful presentation, also the very creative project to share. I would like to inform you again that the Q&A session will take place following the third group presentation. Now, let's shift our attention to the next presentation. And this is our last group presenter for this session. Please welcome our third and final group of presenters to share their project titled Honesty in Action for 7th Grade, an interactive English story adventure. And this group consists of 4 presenters. First, Pauji Hendrawan, second, Maulia Abdillah, third, Rantika Pasha, and last, Puput Zahra Milatul Afiah. All right, good morning, group 3. Are you ready? Okay, the Zoom floor is yours. Excuse me, we cannot hear your voice.
My voice clear?
Yes, but your voice is just so little.
Okay. Okay, what is digital storytelling? Digital storytelling is a method that combines traditional storytelling with various forms of digital multimedia such as voice narration, sound effects, images, music, and animation. Unlike regular stories that are told through text or speech alone, digital stories offer a multisensory experience that captures students' attention more effectively. It allows teachers and students to communicate ideas in a dynamic and engaging way. Stories become alive with visuals and sounds, which makes the learning process more immersive and memorable. So, why is it important in education? Digital storytelling plays a crucial role in modern education for several reasons. First, to engage students more deeply, students are naturally drawn to media. So combining storytelling with digital tools helps maintain their interest and attention in class. Second is improves critical thinking and creativity. Students are encouraged not only to understand the story, but also to analyze, interpret, and sometimes even create their own content. Third is support different learning styles, whether students learn best through listening, seeing, or doing. Digital stories appeal to multiple senses. Fourth is enhances communication skills. Listening to and presenting stories help students improve their vocabulary, pronunciation, and expression. The next is encourages collaboration. Creating or discussing digital stories together foster teamwork and shared learning experiences. Next is builds digital literacy. In a technology-driven world, it's important for students to learn how to interact with digital content constructively. And the last one is makes learning more meaningful. Through storytelling, moralism, and real-life application can be integrated in a way that's meaningful and relatable. For the next is identification of the problem. from our analysis, we saw an opportunity to introduce digital storytelling as a learning tool. We believe that by presenting an interactive story in English focused on the theme of honesty, we could both capture students' interest and support their language development. And this project began with a real problem observed in one of the Islamic boarding schools in Tasikmalaya. An English teacher there reported that her seventh grade students had varying levels of listening comprehension despite having relatively similar English proficiency overall. And this inconsistency in listening ability made it challenging to deliver listen evenly. And some students were able to follow spoken English instructions well, while others struggle to understand, making the learning process unique and less effective. And from this observation, we concluded that an engaging audiovisual approach was needed to address these differences and help all students learn more effectively. And for the project description, the story was designed specifically for seventh grade students. It reflects their everyday experiences, the challenges they face, and the decisions they have to make, especially when it comes to being honest. Through multimedia and interactivity, the students don't just passively watch the story, they invite to engage with it, reflect on the characters' actions, and make their own judgments about what honesty means in different situations. And our story features relatable characters who are placed in realistic school and home scenario where they must make choices based on honesty. For example, one character faces an dilemma whether to admit a mistake or cover it up. This moment encourage the viewers, in this case, the students, to think about what they would do in that situation. And the story is broken into short, animated scenes, and students are encouraged to reflect, discuss, and even answer the questions after each section. And the structure promotes active participation and deeper thinking, not just passive viewing. And for the learning goals, we had several clear learning goals when creating this project. First is to improve listening skills through an engaging digital narrative with clear and natural English. Second is to expand students' vocabulary, especially in contexts they encounter daily at school, with friends, or at home. And third is to improve comprehension by providing both visual and auditory input. Fourth is to build confidence and understanding and using new English words through storytelling. And the last one is to instill values, especially honesty, through relatable stories and reflection. Okay, for the tools we use Drawing Cartoon 2. Drawing Cartoon 2 originates from Armenia, developed by Yevgeny Balendin and his team. It has been regularly updated, with the latest versions released as recently as early 2025. And Drawing Cartoon 2 is an animation app that allows users to easily create fun and engaging cartoon videos. It provides a variety of characters, backgrounds, and movement tools, making it perfect for digital storytelling projects. And why Drawing Cartoon 2 could support our project? We choose Drawing Cartoon 2 as the main tool for our project because it fits perfectly with the needs of digital storytelling in an educational setting. And here are some reasons why it supports our project. First is user-friendly interface. The app is very easy to use even for beginners. This allows us to focus more on the story content rather than struggling with complex animation tools. Second is ready-made character and backgrounds. Drawing Cartoon 2 provides a variety of characters, scenes, and props that help us quickly build the story without starting even everything from scratch. Next is support basic animation needs. So it's simple if it allowed us to animate characters and movements and create smooth transition between scenes, all of which are essential for a compelling story. And next is time efficient for students' projects. Since our time and resource were limited, these apps allow us to produce a complete story in a relatively short period. And the last one is visually engaging for young learners. The cartoon style is fun and attractive, which is ideal for seventh grade students. It helps keep them engaged with learning both English and moral values.
And then drawback and sporting tools. One of the drawback of draw cartoon tool is that not all backgrounds and features are available for free. Some require a paid version. In additional apps does not provide full editing tools such as editing voiceover, music, or sound effect. Therefore, final editing is done using an additional apps like CapCut. A chalk drawing cartoon tool is very helpful as our main animation tool. It also has some limitations. This requires us to use additional supporting tools. Here are the main drawbacks we encountered. The first, limited visual access. Drawing cartoon tool didn't provide all the image we needed. For example, specific objects like fruits or school supplies were missing. And two, lacks of editing features. The app does not allow us to add voice-over, subtitle, background music, or sound effect directly. To solve this issue, we use two supporting tools. The first, Canva. Canva helped us find additional image and visual elements that were not available in Drawing Cartoon 2. These were used to complete the storytelling visual and improve content quality. And second is CapCut. We use CapCut for the final editing process. It allows you to combine all the animation scenes and English subtitle, voice narration, and sound effect, turning the raw animation into a complete and polished video. Next slide. For the product of and development, the first is manual character creation. We create custom characters based on the need of our story, include students, teachers, and family members. Next. But the second is additional of elements. We select backgrounds, add dialogue, and animate the character based on the script we wrote. Next. Editing to put all the scenes and add voiceover and sound effect. Final editing, we use CapCut to complete the animation scenes, add English narration, background music, and sound effects to make the story enjoyable and accessible. This is the video we create as the final project of our digital storytelling project.
Once upon a time, in a small village near a dense forest, there lived a humble woodcutter. He worked every day, cutting down dead trees and collecting wood from the store to take home. Ah, what a good day for work! Just a few more pieces of wood, and then I can go home.
The weather is fine. I can swim here, but the waves are very big. I will just play for a while.
The waves are very big. There's only one more tree I have to cut down so it doesn't fall to the beach. I can climb up the tree because it's very short. My ox fell. That's my only pot. What should I do? The axe was carried away by the strong whips. How can I carry it when my legs hurt?
Grandpa, what's wrong?
My axe fell to the beach and was carried away by the waves.
Well, I'll help you find the eggs, Grandpa. The eggs must be on the nets.
Really? You picked me up? Thank you, little cheat. I'm really desperate because of the light I couldn't get my ox. I had to swim and my leg hurts.
Yes, Grandpa. Just wait here.
How did you find my eye?
But earlier, I found a golden eggs. Is it Grandpa's?
No, it's not mine.
Why didn't Grandpa take the seed for me?
Because it's not mine, son. I don't have to try to take it.
Grandpa is very honest. Thought Grandpa would take the gold so Grandpa wouldn't have to buy looking for food anymore.
No, the honesty is number one.
This is Grandpa's eggs. Actually, I found it, but earlier I want to tell a little lie. I apologize for lying and throwing your eggs.
It's okay, little girl. Grandpa should be the one thanking you. How about as an expression of gratitude, Grandpa will cook food for you, little cheat.
Thank you, Grandpa. Wow, Grandpa's house is really big. You have a really big farm.
This is the result of Grandpa's hard work every day.
Wow, it's really big.
Grandpa will go inside first to cook. You can wait here while looking around.
Yes, Grandpa.
Come here, the food is ready.
Yes, Grandpa. Grandpa, there's a lot of food.
Do you like this?
Of course, Grandpa. It's really delicious.
Okay, eat a lot. After that, I'll take you home. What the woodcutter had was the result of honesty, proving that telling the truth always brings goodness, and he lived happily and honesty forever.
Alright, but expert judgment. Once the story was complete, we asked for expert feedback from an English teacher. Here's what we found. The floor excellent material suitability, 86.7%. The teacher assessed this material is excellent, is highly relevant, aligns with the learning objectives, use appropriate language, is engaging, culturally sensitive, and will definitely encourage active student participation. This is a major strength of our material. Next slide, please. The second, moderate playback experience. 60%. The teacher finds the audiovisual quality to be quite good. It plays smoothly on various devices, and the IT accessibility is also okay. However, this needs further attention to ensure optimal user experience are all students. The third, design suitability, needs development, 56%. The teachers feels that the design is the most in need improvement. To make the visuals clearer, integrate multimedia better, ensure smooth transitions, make the design easily accessible, and most importantly, better serve the students' interests. Next slide, please. The conclusion, this project demonstrates the potential of digital storytelling to enhance student engagement and learning outcomes in English. With some refinement, it can become an even more effective tool for promoting positive values and improving language skills. Next slide, the suggestion. Based on the evaluation, we recommend further improvement in visual design to make the story more appealing and clear. Their integration of multimedia elements such as motor transition and balanced audio, ensuring device compatibility so students can access and enjoy the content on any platform. With these improvements, the products can become an even more effective and widely usable educational tool. That's all from our group. Thank you. I return it to the moderator.
All right, thank you, Group 2, our final presenters, delivering such an insightful and engaging project. It was both informative and creatively presented. Excellent work. Ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our attention to the next session, which is the Q&A session. If you have any questions, you can share it on the chat, or if you may ask directly, please raise your hand virtually and don't forget to mention which group your question is directed to. Here I see the question from Miss Hansa Fauzia. And okay, this is direct to the second group. I'd like to read it for you. Hi, I would like to ask for the second group. Since the second group mentioned titles, have you explored using color coding or visual emphasis in these subtitles to highlight specific grammatical elements? Thanks. Okay, group 2, you can answer the question
All right.
now.
Thank you for the question before. All right, thank you for the question. I think no, because in our animation, it's just available the text just on the bubble text and not a specific grammatical explanation because the purpose is we just want to increase the student of reading comprehension. And then through our of animation, we want to give some examples by kind of model wheel that can be used in daily activities.
And besides that, the specific emphasis of grammatical words are expected will explain directly by the teachers in the classroom itself. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Miss Hansa, I would like to confirm, is it clear for you? Okay, I think it's okay. Okay, yes, very clear. Okay, thank you, Miss Hansa, for your question. And thank you for the group 3 for your answer. And here, we still have much time to do question and answer session. Maybe the other participant want to deliver your question. All right, because there is no question anymore, so we must end. We have to end this session. Thank you very much to all the presenters for sharing such valuable insight during this Zoom webinar, and thank you very much for your participation and also attention. We hope that everyone found the discussion enlightening and applicable. Ladies and gentlemen, the group presentation session has it, and I would like to time to our MC, Ms. Ningsi. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, dear presenters. I believe you did a wonderful job in presenting your digital storytelling project. And also thank you, Ms. Raisa, for guiding the session from the beginning to the end. All right, the honorable ladies and gentlemen, we have dropped the attendance link in the chat box, so please make sure to fill it out to claim your participation for the second day of the International Webinar of Digital Storytelling 2025. Right, and now we have come to our last keynote speaker. She is Ana May Monteza, Ph.D. from Digos College, Philippines. Right, and this session will be guided by our moderator, Miss Gada Alridla. To Miss Gada, please.
Thank you, Ms. Ningxi. Is my voice clear?
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, thank you. I warmly welcome the audience. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our webinar today. With great honor, I would like to introduce myself again. My name is Gada Alridla, and I'm from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, as the moderator for the last keynote speaker's presentation today. Ladies and gentlemen, before starting the presentation, I would like to inform you how the presentation will be going on. First, the keynote speakers will have a maximum of 15 minutes for the presentation, followed by 5 minutes for Q&A session. So please manage your time, and I will friendly remind you if the time is mostly over. The second Q&A session will be held after the keynote speaker's presentation. Third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box, and I, as the moderator, will read the question to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the question directly. And the last one is every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the last keynote speaker for last session is Dr. Ana May Monteza, PhD from Digos College, Philippines. All right, and now it is my great pleasure to read the personal data of our keynote speakers. So she is Dr. Ana May Monteza, PhD. She is from Philippines. The education and training background 2023, Doctor of Philosophy in Applied Linguistics of 2018, Master of Arts in Education, Language Teaching, Southern Philippines Agribusiness and Marine and Aquatic School of Technology, 2014, Bachelor of Secondary Education, English, Digos College, and her work experiences are 2021 until present, B.Ed Program Chair or DTE Department Head, and then 2020 until 2021, Senior High School Principal at Digos College, and her awards and professional affiliations are Official Resource Speaker, Charity Care for Education International Organization 2024, Official Resource Member, Elite Language and Literature International Education Organization 2024, and awardee of Best Program Practice of Project Kazanga in 2024. Okay. Oh, that's really great CV from Dr. Ana. And please the comments. Okay, without any further ado, let's invite our last keynote speakers, Dr. Monteza, to present the topic Digital Storytelling and the Creative Revolution Transforming Education Through Technology. So let's sit back, stay focused, and please enjoy the presentation by Dr. Monteza.
Hello, everyone. And welcome to the day 2 of digital storytelling and the creative revolution. By the way, before anything else, my humblest gratitude to the webinar committee of this very impactful event, as well as to those who participated in this digital storytelling event. Today, I will be discussing about transforming education through technology. I am Dr. Monteza of Digos College, and I hope I could impart something that is of relevance and that is of importance to the body of knowledge when it comes to language and literature learning. And let's tackle and discuss more about digital storytelling. What is it? How it is relevant? Why it is being integrated? Why it really matters to our language and literature learning? So, what is the strategic direction of this somehow, I should say, very significant and innovative storytelling that is digital? And this international webinar on digital storytelling is creating a steer to the community of language learners and literature learners, because it will be, giving us an enlightenment why it really matters now. Though there are several issues and concerns relating to this one, especially with technology, and I will be discussing later what are those issues and concerns based on the context here in our school in the Philippines. Allow me to share to you as well what will be the strategic direction of this digital storytelling. To those who love literature, what are those strategies that we could innovate and we can make use for us to be able to have a most effective storytelling for teachers and of course for learners alike? Say your performance in storytelling, how this one revolutionized our language and literature learning. It's a creative revolution. So let's delve in and just sit back and relax. So let's try to talk about first, what is digital storytelling? Now, according to Robin 2006, digital storytelling combines the art of telling stories with a variety of digital multimedia tools to create a compelling narrative. Now, what are those? Robin defines digital storytelling as the combination of traditional storytelling techniques with modern multimedia tools. It produces engaging, meaningful narratives. Now, this concept expands the way stories are told by incorporating images, audio, video, and interactive elements, thereby enhancing the emotional impact and audience engagement beyond what can be achieved through words alone. Now, when I say elaboration, it means blending traditional technology and the modern technology, which is the core element. By the way, the traditional storytelling, the plot, the characters, the setting, the conflict, and the resolution, but presents them using digital media. Say, for example, further, Barra 2006 emphasizes the reflective aspect of digital storytelling in education, and he has made mention it enhances students' engagement and critical thinking. So we have core elements of digital storytelling. Of course, the first one is narrative, wherein there is a clear storyline with a beginning, middle, and end. So I'm talking about here the plot of the story. And of course, since it's digital storytelling, we also have what we call the multimedia components, such as images, video, audio, and text. And there are several tools that we could integrate all those elements from traditional to the multimedia tools. And we have some or several examples, like say, for example, the Storyboard for visually driven storytelling, and of course creative writing. We also have Powtoon for animated story presentation, and we also have Adobe Spark or Adobe Creative Cloud Express for dynamic video stories, and also Canva for designing visually engaging narratives and presentations. Why digital storytelling matters. Now, according to the study, the research of SADC 2008, he has found that students who use digital storytelling develop stronger communication skill and deeper content understanding. So he has highlighted 4 key components why digital storytelling matters. One is communication, engagement, creativity, and collaboration. Now let's start with improved communication skill, because when students engage in the digital storytelling, they learn to express ideas clearly and effectively through multimedia formats. So it deepen their content understanding. Creating stories requires students to process, internalize information more thoroughly. So it enhances their creativity. Moving on, it also promotes stronger collaboration, because working in teams to develop stories promote teamwork, and of course with the shared experience, it really enhances and boosts their competence in communication as well as collaboration. Say one will do the musical scoring, one will do the narration, one will have the visual effects, and so on. And finally, it increases engagement, wherein students will be interacting with the tools, the media that they will be using, as well as the nature of storytelling keeps students be highly motivated and be more involved. The creative revolution in education. So Sir Ken Robinson of 2011 famously argued that schools often stifle creativity by enforcing conformity and standardization. That is why he advocated for creativity, effectiveness, and of course, innovation. So it is being highlighted in his study that creativity should be put in a place wherein it is being given high importance, like literacy and numeracy in education. So according to him, creativity is the ability to generate novel ideas that have value and must be actively encouraged through flexible curricula. Hence, this digital storytelling is a very impactful add-ons to the several teaching approaches and assessments, major assessments that would really cater innovation, that would really cater creativity among students. Now, there are several things that he has highlighted. One is the creative revolution in education that focuses on the shift from traditional to learner-centered education. So, creative revolution per se, it's a movement that represents a departure from rigid, stiff, standardized teaching models towards more learner-centered, dynamic, and creative approaches in teaching and learning. So therefore, it has put emphasis on learner agency. Students are no longer passive recipients of knowledge, but also an active participants in their learning journey. So per se, it is a learner-centered model that prioritizes students' interests, voice, and autonomy. So there is now a sudden shift from traditional to learner-centered education. Moving on, it also emphasizes on creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving, which are one of the focal points of the 21st century learners. For them to be able to gain competence in the global community, they need to have those three, so that they will be facing the real world challenges and interdisciplinary projects with a sense of competence, with having these confidence that they were able to face those hurdles in their learning process. And that is, by the way, a good way of nurturing their innovative thinking. Also, as technology as a key driver of innovative pedagogy, it serves now as a tool. It's a catalyst for pedagogical transformation. And thinking those things, I believe the creative revolution in education is not a trend, but it's a necessary response to rapidly changing world. So by reimagining education through a creative, learner-centered, and technologically enriched lens, educators can equip students with the skills and mindset needed to thrive in the 21st century. Moving forward, let's not forget as well to highlight what are those issues and concerns relating to digital storytelling wherein we have integrated in our education. And there are several things that we need to consider, and I have highlighted here 5. First is the privacy and data security. Another one is the digital fatigue. Another is content ownership and copyright. Fourth one, equity and inclusion, and finally, quality versus quantity. Now, let's start with privacy and data security. So, with the increasing use of the digital platform in education, safeguarding student data has become critical. So, online learning tools often collect personal information. So, we need to safeguard and protect these information, say their names, their location, and even their performance data, because it can be used against, or it can be used without the corresponding knowledge of our learners. So we need to give a proper education on how to responsibly use those digital platforms to our students. And also for the awareness of students, it needs to be highlighted that your consent or your guardian's consent should be obtained in data sharing with third parties. So you must be very careful, and it should be monitored to prevent misuse of the data. Another one is the digital fatigue. Now, with the advent of technology, most of the learners are now engaging to make use of digital platforms and technology with their performance, with their output. So excessive screen time can lead to reduced attention span, eye strain, and even disrupted sleep and decreased cognitive functioning. So in educational setting, it's vital to balance an offline and online activities. Now let's try to integrate regular breaks and use interactive or collaborative tools that promote engagement without overloading students mentally. So we need to create balance as well. Another one is the equity and inclusion, wherein we need to really consider the accessibility of those digital learning platforms regardless of the socioeconomic background of our students. And of course, learners, you need to be aware that there is a need for us to be on track with the revolutionizing education system, wherein technology is now being mainstream. So inclusive design should accommodate diverse learning needs, and such as providing subtitles, screen readers, or flexible deadlines as well, so that no student is left behind in tech-driven environment. So if you're going to make use of digital platform in your digital storytelling, you can make use of those things like, subtitles for the information to be obtained properly. And as well as, I believe, if I am not mistaken, this is one of the most controversial issues concerning digital literacy and digital storytelling here in the Philippines. When I gathered a survey relating to digital storytelling, the first one that come up with issues and concerns and what are those challenges is really the equity and inclusion, and there is somehow a challenge with the accessibility in technology. Say, for example, there are several students that do not have their gadgets with them for them to make use to create stories, digital stories, and so on. Okay, another one is the content ownership and copyright. We need to make sure that teachers and students alike that are using multimedia resources such as videos, articles, and digital projects. Say when you're going to make use of pictures, even here, simple pictures, you need to properly cite all sources so that we avoid plagiarism. So educators should model ethical practices and teach students how to attribute content responsibly and create original work whenever possible. Okay, so quality versus quantity as well. So in the digital age, there's often a temptation to prioritize visually appealing presentation and numerous apps over meaningful learning. So learners, dear students, do not be overwhelmed with those somehow unnecessary styles, application of those. I mean, tools should be chosen properly, not because of its novelty, but if of its pedagogical value. So educators should prioritize activities that foster understanding. And the same as with students, you should cater understanding to your target audience whenever you are going to make digital stories, so for you to be able to come up with a very, should I say, effective and significant output. Well, despite those mentioned issues and concerns relating to digital storytelling and integration of technology to education, especially with language and literature learning, we should never be demotivated to make use of the different digital platforms, because those positive impact and influences would always supersede those issues and concerns relating to technology. And for the future direction, we can highlight three. Say, for example, the artificial intelligence and immersive storytelling like AR and VR, shaping the next generation of learning experiences wherein they will be able to have a simulated world wherein they are more immersed with stories that they will be highlighting in their digital storytelling. Another one is personalized and inclusive learning through adaptive storytelling systems. Personalized because their creativity, their authenticity, their innovative competence and skills will be honed through digital storytelling. And finally, integrated across curricula as standard practice, not just in language but also in social sciences, humanities, even in history, and so on. So it is integrative by nature and it's innovative per se. In conclusion, according to SADC 2008 and Roman 2006, 21st century teaching and learning process should embrace a vital tool and one way for us to be able to keep up with the ever-changing and fast-paced world. We need to adapt, especially with technology integration to our education. Now, digital storytelling blends creativity, narrative, and technology to engage learners that will be very impactful across disciplines, enhancing key skills such as creativity, innovation, as well as boosting and developing our communication. So that's it for today. Thank you so much for being with me for 20 minutes plus. And I hope you have learned something that is of essential with regards to digital storytelling, transformative learning through the use of technology. Once again, this is Dr. Anime Monteza, and I will see you again next time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Anna, for the very informative presentation. It's such an interesting sort to hear the real digital storytelling to instigate in a real class situation, and of course all of the background that you already explained. Ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our attention to the next session, which is the 5-minute question and answer session. Hello, Dr. Anna.
Hello.
Nice to meet
Good.
you.
Yes, nice to meet you all. Good morning. I just landed here in Vietnam, so I'm sorry I'm a bit late. That's the reason why I have submitted a pre-recorded video, since it is in time with my, arrival here in Vietnam. But thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you too. It's glad to have you here, even though you just landed here in Vietnam. Okay, so now we're moving on to the question and answer session. If you have any question, you can just drop in the question box, or you can just raise your hand. Actually, I have a question for Dr. Anna.
Yes, of course. Of
Okay,
course.
so you mentioned in the presentation about the creativity, effectiveness, and innovation. So I would like to know, how can we connect the creativity, effectiveness, and innovation in the classroom situation?
All right. Thank you for that very essential question. I think these three are actually interrelated. It's because if you're going to look at the 21st century learners, they are more inclined to a self directed learning wherein they wanted to explore the body of knowledge. And with that, teachers should be able to allow them to explore the body of knowledge, allowing them to hone and develop their capacity. Say, for example, with regards to technology, that is also somehow like a trend now in the learning teaching world wherein we have integrated technology already in our learning process. So the creativity, the effectiveness, and the innovation should go hand in hand in those learning or learning tasks given by the teachers. Say, for example, in the context of my class, or and I have allowed them because I have literature class, so we have teaching literature. So I allow them to create their own story and have it narrated using applications, say for example Canva. So they were able to create stories using the several applications. Some applications I am not even familiar, so I'm so engaged with this kind of activity we're in. They're so excited as well to navigate technology. So if you're going to try to look at it, it really boosts their creativity, and it really is an innovation. It is going beyond the traditional learning process. Hence, we could say that it is really effective when it comes to, transmitting knowledge to our learners.
All right. Thank you so much. I really have a great insight, especially when you said about the traditional teaching classroom beyond goes to the digital. That is very cool. And
Yeah,
I would like to apply
going
that.
beyond. Yeah.
Yeah, going
Uh-huh.
beyond. I would like to apply that to my daily life soon if I'm going to be the teacher soon. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
that's nice to hear. Thank
That's a really
you.
great
Thank you.
answer. Thank you. So from all of the audience here, if you have any question, you can just chat in the box. Okay, it seems like there's no other questions from the audience. So let's thank you very much, Dr.
Of
Anna.
course.
It's such an
It
interesting
is my
discussion.
pleasure. It is my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me with this very momentous event of yours. It's a success, I believe.
Thank you. Okay, now, before we move on to the next session, if you have any questions, you can just contact Dr. Anna through the phone and her email. I've been shared in her CV. Can I send here, Doctor?
Of course, please feel free. I would be glad to be of help to those queries.
Okay. So now we would like to deliver our great token of appreciation to our last keynote speaker, Dr. Anna May Monteza, Ph.D. The committee, please. All right. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Anna.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay,
And
so
everyone, thank you so much.
I'll give the time back to the master of the ceremony, Miss Ningsi, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Miss Gada, for managing the session. And we would also like to say our deepest gratitude to Dr. Anamay Monteza, PhD, for giving us a wonderful presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we close today's session, let's take a moment for a photo session first. So to all of the participants, kindly turn on your camera because we will have a photo session. So yeah, you can show your beautiful smile to the camera. Right. The committee, please be prepared to take some screenshots. Yeah, okay. We have some slides here, so everyone, you can just smile for the entire photo session. Yeah. Oh, we have 8 slides. Okay. Yeah, the committee will start the cue from now. So everyone, let's pose. Give your best smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's it for the first slide. And then let's move on to the second one. Smile. 1, 2, 3. Done? Okay. Next, the third slide, please. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then the fourth. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the committee, is it enough? Yeah, that's wonderful. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for turning on your camera. And I would also like to remind you that we have sent the attendance link in the chat box. So if you haven't filled it out, please fill it because it will be the form where you can claim the e-certificate for your participation of this webinar. All right, dear participants, I do apologize for the technical problems earlier. Thank you so much for waiting. And ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of the international webinar on digital storytelling 2025. What an amazing journey it has been over these past 2 days. On behalf of the entire committee, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to all of you, our distinguished keynote speakers, moderators, presenters, and participants for your valuable contributions, inspiring insights, and enthusiastic participation. This webinar wouldn't have been the same without your presence, so thank you for making it not only informative but also meaningful. Please stay tuned on the WhatsApp group since we will be sharing updates on the e-certificates and which will be sent automatically once you filled out the attendance form. Make sure that your personal data and email address are accurate to ensure the smoothness of certificate delivery. Also, please stay connected with us for future webinars, conferences, international events filled with more exciting topics and opportunities. All in all, it has been a great pleasure to be your mistress of ceremony throughout this event. I am Ningsi Yulianti signing out. Take care, stay inspired, and see you at our next academic journey. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.